So the ace king of spades has a redraw with a flush draw, and it looks like we're just slightly gone. Have we gone a bit off ski? Refresh its back.
The back, refresh.
Refresh. Thank you very much. Ace king versus ace king, no dramas. Well, the waltz, there was a sweat.
Was that?
But we're back. We are back.
Towers treble. We released it after the break, or should we release it before?
No, do it now. Do it now. I'm amazing. I'm ready for it. We are going for a northeast treble today. He's writing it, he's typing it, he's putting it down, and he's getting it on social media.
I'm ready.
And it's going to be in the chat box. But we are going for the final time this year on the live stream.
I wasn't fuming at that.
Yes, you was. The final Towers treble on the GUKPT. Yes, you'll be pleased it's the last one. But we're going for a northeast treble this week today, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I really am. I'm feeling Newcastle United are going to get the first win. Yeah, Eddie Howe's going to be. He's been there 3 weeks. See, if we don't get a win today, Eddie Howe's getting sacked on Sunday, because it's about time we had a win. And today, the day Newcastle United are going to get a win. We're going Middlesbrough, because Chris Wilder has totally changed Middlesbrough, and if you can get a bet on Middlesbrough getting into the playoffs, get on, because that's Tower's tip for the rest of the season. And then we're going Sunderland to beat Oxford. That's a toughie, because Oxford are on form, but it makes us an 8-1 treble. It gives us an 8-1 treble. If you want to make it a 20-1 four-timer, add Blackburn to beat Preston. It's a local derby, but I think Blackburn are in the mix. But the northeast treble, Newcastle, Middlesbrough, Sunderland, get on. Let's have some festive cheer, and let's get some money in the back pocket for the 25-25.
Claret G, any trebles won yet? I've stopped listening.
Hey dear.
So Willie takes that one, firing with his nut flush draw. Once brings through to a flush on the turn. Joe, I've never had one up, Phil, over since I've been doing this job. He's had a few up when we've not been in the comms booth, but I don't think there's ever been one up whilst on a GUKPT, because I've never had a Tower treble up yet. And it is coming. It has to be coming sooner or later. Today has to be the day.
Claret G, stop listening.
And if it's not today, we might have to change who does the treble next year.
Yes. Leg one, there might be a substitute coming in. There you go. It's true. You're the jinx.
Yeah, it could be that. Could be that. Do you want me to not back it today?
No, get it on.
10s for Steve under the gun. Raises it up.
I think it's a really good chance. I fancy the northeast treble today. I really do. Should be called Towers Trouble. Good shout. Should be called Towers Trouble. So we're on 150 from 607. There'll be a few more bus starts before the. Should be 8 minutes to go until the. 8 or 10 minutes to go until the end of this session. New players will be coming in.
What price is that treble tower?
8-1. 20-1 four-time. Bit of news coming onto the table. One of the best players in the world is coming on. Jack Salter.
Jack Salter. Oh, I'm interested to watch him play.
Jack Salter. Not only is Jack Salter on, He's only sat on the same table as Rich Kellett,
And Kellett's on as well.
John Bousfield,
Bousey.
and Jack Hardcastle.
Wow, look at this turn tower. I've just looked up why I'm putting a treble on myself, and we've got set over set situation here.
Willy's going.
Yeah.
Willy is.
Well, there's 27k in the middle here, and Steve. Going to fire for 11k,
Yeah.
and Willy's never folding here.
He's only bet 11. But
I didn't actually see the flop action nor turn action tower, so hard to comment on this hand. But more often than not, I'm just always shoving here as Willy versus gun open. Like full ring gun open, shouldn't have queen jack off in there.
he raises to 23, he gets it all in.
Yeah, I like this from Willy. I like this.
He's left a couple of chips behind. He's left a couple of chips behind, so Willy's not out. He has left himself 6,000 behind the line. Set over set. Steve Jelinek turns a 10 to leave Willy Chan on 4 big blinds.
Who are we adding for the 4-timer? Blackburn.
Blackburn. So Willy is left with 6,000. He didn't go all in.
Okay, flop check through. Yeah. Willy has to raise that river. Like, yeah, queen jack's out there, but Steve should only have the 4 combinations of queen jack suited opening on the gun full ring. Queen jack off probably not going to be in there, so like Willy's decision to raise, unfortunately, just ran into it in that situation. Good afternoon, carpet catcher. Didn't you have Blackburn in last week as well?
Don't think so. Or they might have beat Stoke, which is why I put him in. Phil Baker says, good game, 20 quid.
Yeah.
Oh, have faith, have faith. Please.
So Jeremy choosing to limp the kings here. Limp the low jack. David's actually got kings in the cut-off, and David raises it up to 4k. Lofty in the small suited ace-9. Got to be wary here. David has raised off of a 15 big blind stack, so sub 15 bigs for Dave Doherty. Like, the thing is here, like, you expect Dave to just shove ace king, ace queen, all his pocket pairs, well, most of them over a limp for sub 15 big blinds. You never expect him to have any like raises off this stack, except maybe a few stills and then the nutted hands, the aces and the kings that he's trying to extract max value from. But now Jeremy just sets both the players in. David's in with the kings. He is loving life here. And Lofty got an easy fold with the ace-9 suited. What's Jeremy got here, Tower?
Jeremy's got ace-queen.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad shout. I think that's could be a decent shout from you, Tower.
Pocket nines. Oh, pocket nines. There you go. I've got one. Write it down. Write it down. 25 past 2.
Where was you half hour ago?
25 past 2, 4th of December. Tower's got one.
Well, Dave, on his way to a double hit, just fade him. The 9. We've already seen the flop.
7, 8, 8.
Ooh, there's some runners.
Yeah.
Lots of runners.
Oh, straight.
That is as sweaty as it comes.
Any straight flush runners?
5, 10, diamond or 9 to fade. And it's a 9 on the river. 9's full for Jeremy. And we lose Dave Doherty getting the kings cracked. Just before the break, before Dave bust, we lost Jamie Brown, Chris Kariku, Gareth Smith, Ludo, Phil Suki, John Mooney, Min Ji, Gabriel Ene, Paul Rigg, Rich Connolly, Tamer Kamal, Sanjay Patel, Plamen Pashov, Tony Kelly, Ahmed Abduli, and that is it. That is it. So we have lost Tower 100. No, we're down to 142. So we have lost. What did we start the day with?
218.
So 60.
142.
76 gone.
76
gone in the first session, and there's still probably a hand to be dealt.
Absolute wow.
Afternoon, Asifo. Good afternoon from home of Nordic Noir, the bridge.
Where?
I don't know, Nordic Noir? Well, it's Denmark, Copenhagen.
Oh, yeah, he's in Copenhagen, is he? A Seafo. A must watch, the bridge, Nordic Noir. That wasn't the bridge over the River Kwai, was it? I remember that one. Good afternoon, SE4. We're enjoying Copenhagen.
Yeah, back at 2:50, 20-minute break. $10.10.9 rainbow flop. So Ben flopping best after defending out the big blind, but Dan does have 2 overs and gut shot here. So we're going to continue for 3.5. Ben not going to be going anywhere after catching a piece.
We get a call. Well, connecting flops, and this is interesting.
Yeah.
7 of diamonds turn.
It's probably going to go check here a lot of the time now. I expect to see Dan take a 3-1. Ben can plausibly have a whole host of 10s defending out the big blind. We're not finding it folding out a 9 with a second barrel. And then a lot of the straight draws either make a pair or a straight on this turn. And if we're Ben here, could potentially come in for a small sizing, for a bit like a small block sizing here with our 9x. That's exactly what he does. Opts for 4.5, love the size. Choice. Nice small blocker bet. Versus under the gun range, and Dan just can't do anything here.
Well, Ben built his stack up to 38s with starting stack of 20 today, the day 2 buying, and gets the check mark as well. So builds his stack up to 60. Good session from Ben, wins it. Mad Turk comes for 1 hand, and then that'll be it. We'll see Mad Turk playing for 1 hand, and then that will be it. What's your name, sir? Yusel, but most people call me James Bond. We're going to see Mad Turk for 1 hand.
And be back at 10-2, and we have got 1 session for you. We have got a great table coming up.
We have indeed. Jack Hardcastle, Jack Salter, Rich Kellett. It's going to be amazing. Watch. John Kelly's going to be there. Nick Filoni as well.
Bousey in the mix.
Yeah. It is going to be one hell of a table. After this hand, we'll have a 20-minute break. And then we'll be back. And we're going to have action because Willy Chan's going to be all in this hand.
Your seating is now on screen, players. You're welcome to start taking your seats. We'll be starting in a few minutes to play. That's all players are registered. Your seating is now on screen, and you're welcome to take your seats.
So Willy's in. Willy Chan is all in 6.3. Steve Yellowneck might just be giving him some chips back here. Willy Chan stands up. Everybody else stands up because there is a 20-minute break on its way. Willy is all in. He needs to fade a jack.
Yep, and that is it.
Or running 8-9, and that's it. That'll do.
Well, now fading kings.
Oh, a king. Oh, it's not, it's an 8.
It's an 8. So it does get a double Willy Chan. We are on a 20-minute break, guys. We have got some table coming up after the break. You will not want to miss
Jack
this one.
Salter, high roller champion.
Jack Hardcastle.
Jack Hardcastle.
Rich Kellett. It's going to be a good one.
You don't want to miss it.
Can't wait to watch that one. Be back at 10-2. See you all then.
See you then.
I had Mustafa Kannit, 2 to my right, who I didn't know who he was at the time, but I just remember him completely outplaying me in one hand and thinking, who the hell is this guy? But he wasn't well known, Mustafa, at this time. This 2013, he would have sort of been still struggling to get like a big result. 2 to my left, I had Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, it gets easier then.
Yeah, so these guys were. I ended up winning a big pot with Bryn, where I had ace king and he had queens, and I ended up getting 2 big streets of value on a king board. But yeah, I just sort of survived day one. I think I ended up bagging about 90,000. And day 2, day 2 was insane. I think probably up until recently, or like I think it's my favorite ever day of poker. Like, it was just insane. Like, I ran 90,000 chips up on day 2 of a GUKPT into 1.58 million or something, and it was just absolutely insane. Like, I was just going and going and going and going, and yeah, everything was coming off.
Awesome. Must have been a great final as well. Obviously, Kev Allen won it. One of the nice guys on there around the tables.
Oh, yeah. Kev's a great guy. I love seeing him at every start.
And March 2014, we make another final table, this time in Manchester. 192 entries. You finished 4th to 15,000. But first 3, Simon Dedman, Steve Warburton and Rhys Jones. What a final 4 to start with. But as soon as you bust, they just decided to chop it up.
Yeah, I think that there was even. I think Carl Marenholtz and a couple of other good players were on that final table as well. Like, pound for pound, at the time, it was the most insane GUKPT final table ever. Yeah, that was an incredible one. Simon Dedman was someone that I was really, really, really watching at this time as well. I really admired him, and I think. In my opinion, he's the most complete GUKPT player, the best GUKPT player ever, just because, his record would be right up there. And I just used to watch him and learn a lot from him, and his attention to detail and stuff was really, really good for me to sort of use him. Like, he used to know what I was thinking before I was thinking it as well. Like, I'd make a big bluff or something, and I'd go to mock my cards, and I could see him looking out of his corner of his eye, and he'd have a little smile on his face, and he'd go, "You were bluffing there, weren't you, Richie?" And he just knew every single time. He just knew, and I'd have to fake it sometimes and say, no, actually, I had that one time, like, because otherwise he'd just be able to read me. Like, his focus was absolutely in a different league to anybody else's.
Well, the following week, the form just continued because you went to Sheffield, played in the GPS, 400 entries, second. And this time you chopped it with James Parker and the one and only Mr. Ali Malou.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
what's it like playing against the Malou?
Oh, well, this final table was really, really difficult to navigate because Ali Malou was on my left, I believe, and he had all the chips. So anytime I'd raise a strong hand, like ace 10 suited or something, you just go, oh, I'm all in. Like, I couldn't do anything, and it was horrible. And I think the stacks think the stacks when we got to 300 to 3 left were something like Ali had 8 million, I had 1.3 million, and the other guy had 700,000. But it was getting late for Ali, and he was just like, yeah, I'll take this. I'm gonna get off home now. But special mention Ali, he back in the day in the GUKPTs when I used to first following them around. Like no matter where the festival was, he always used to win an event, and it would always be like he'd take first, and the rest of the final table would chop. It was remarkable.
The only person I've ever heard who took more than first place prize money, and the rest chopped it apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He used to have everybody strangled.
In 2014, it just continues for you. In May, you booked your best score so far in the UKIPT High Roller. It was a 3,000 entry, and you chopped it with Dave Shallow for 68,000. Did you play for the trophy, or did you just chop it then?
No. Well, the final table. Yeah, me and Dave ended up with all the chips heads up. And I'd never played with Dave before. I think I'd played with him a little bit online. But yeah, he had slightly more chips. And I just said, yeah, let's chop it, and you can take the trophy because you had slightly more chips, and we ended up getting an even chop. So it was a pretty good deal for me on him, I guess. Yeah,
we've been a 3K entry. There were only 101 runners. Was it yet again one of these events was just a tough field?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was less sort of recreational players in there, but I think the sort because I'm sort of used to battling with strong players online. Or at that time, especially like 2013, 2014, I was my game was sort of online poker at sort of high stakes MTT. So my game was designed to play against that sort of player. Like I used to struggle a lot against recreationals, exploiting those. But like at that point in time, though, that sort of suited me, the high roller circuit. So especially live. So in DTD, particularly in the high rollers over the years, I've actually got a really, really good record. So yeah, but yeah, the pound for pound, there was some great poker players in the field.
Yeah, September 2015, the closest you'd been so far to taking down a GUKPT main event when you finished third in Luton to the eventual winner, Mr. Will Davis.
Yeah, that was
frustrating.
Very. Well, I say very. I came back from day one with not many chips, and then yeah, day two. Day two. It was the one where we finished day two where we weren't in the money, wasn't it? And I was overnight chip leader going into at the start of day three. So yeah, I was a little. I ended up going into the final table with the most chips, or one of the most chips, but I played a little bit cagey, to be honest. I was a bit disappointed in myself. I was being a little bit cautious. But yeah, I mean, third place is still pretty good.
Following the next GUKPT main event, November 2016, we went on to Blackpool, where you chopped it with. Now this was I think this was a chop where everybody watching the table thought, you know what, this could either go on for one hand or 17 hours. You chopped it with Middy and Tom Hall.
Wow, yeah, that was a pretty tough spot to be in three-handed in the GUKPT.
It was a great final. Can you remember much about it?
Yeah, I think it was a really, really good final. Actually, I think there's plenty of action and there's a good mix of characters. Yeah, I think Middy put me in a couple of horrible spots where I had to find the trigger against him early on as well. And then, yeah, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, it was tough though, three-handed, and we sort of came to a conclusion that we didn't really want to flip for thousands and thousands of pounds. And Tom was off to play another tournament. He had a flight the next day, and we sort of deduced that Middy's advantage of having the extra chips, we'd just give him the trophy. So yeah, I think we were all pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I remember Jeff Kimber being fourth. It wasn't a bad final to be on, I tell you.
No, yeah, it was remarkably the year after. All four of us who finished in the final four made day 3 as well.
But then you just decided, 2017, you thought, fed up with this winter weather, I'm off to Australia. What's obviously wasn't taken lightly to do that. Were you still playing online, and did you think you could just go out there and play online and have a bit of fun?
Yeah. So yeah, 2017. It's not 2017. I went to the Aussie Millions as I do every January. I just love it over there. They have it's the height of summer over there in January. So, and they have the Australian Open tennis. I actually watched. I watched the Nadal against Federer final, and I was in Melbourne for the month of January, and then my friend had just split up with his girlfriend in Sydney, and she'd moved out. So I went to live with him for 2 or 3 months, and yeah, I was just grinding online, trying to sort of get myself prepared for the Millions Festival that was going to be at DTD in April time.
Back over in the spring of 2017, the Party Poker Weekly Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Now, it's not only did you get the free seats, you obviously did well in the tournament as well while you were playing online. What did you do with the seats that you'd won?
So basically, every week the top 10 players on the leaderboard for Party Poker got a £5,300 seat. So yeah. I was just going at it hammer and tongs. I was getting up, grind, yeah. Like 16 hours a day. And yeah, I managed to come in the top 10 in the world 5 out of 6 weeks. I don't think I could ever do that again if I tried. It was a remarkable like sort of streak that I was on, but it was tough as well because to get the maximum points, these were the $100 tournaments. So it's the high leaderboard. So it's $100 tournaments, $200 tournaments, and $500 tournaments counted. And like the 500s, I was having to re-enter a couple of times. So you're looking at like $1,500 outlay just for one tournament. So yeah, it was pretty fortunate that obviously I did well as well off the tournaments. Had some of my greatest online scores. But yeah, they let me play the first one, the first £5,300 seat, and then they just gave me £20,000 in credit for the other ones. So yeah, it was an amazing haul, and that's what really I think that was the first time that I really sort of got into the whole leaderboard thing.
Just incredible. You just end up with $5,300 seats, just like yeah, just what to do with these?
Yeah.
January 2018, you won the 25-25 Bolton, 228 entries. You chopped your 3 ways for 10,000. What is it about these 25-25s that you like? You seem to do really.
Oh no! Well, this is, you're about to hear something really interesting because. Me and my friend Pixie, we used to go and play all of them when we'd travel all over the Northwest. And for about 1 or 2 years, neither of us could make a day 2 in them. Never mind cashing them. We couldn't make a day 2, and it was really weird. There was like the last hand of the night, we'd get it all in with queens against ace, like 8 kings against ace queen, and they'd find an ace or something. It was remarkable and we were sort of like, we can't do anything in these 25. Should we stop playing then? And then yeah, that was the first one that I won. I'm trying to think back to how the tournament went in that 2018. Oh yeah. I don't know. We definitely used to struggle with them though. And it was only really last year that I sort of really got to grips with how to play them, to be honest.
Yeah. In October the same year, the Millions in the United Kingdom, the the main event, 1,015 entries. You finished 35th for 20,000. Andy Booth finished 45th for 17,500. So it must have been a tough field.
Yeah, Andy was actually on my table on day 3 and day 4, I think. Yeah, that's that. I mean, that's just that's really what I play poker for, to be honest. Like to be deep in those tournaments, day 3, day 4, where you can win £1 million. That's where the excitement comes from, and that's definitely where the excitement comes from.
Yeah, I am. So I just moved. It's lucky someone told me. Play someone else's chip.
What table were you on?
24.
24, yeah?
I definitely was on here though, right? I just lost with the 9s against him. Yeah.
Digital Grand Final players, please retake your seats. The tournament will be starting again in just over 2 minutes.
Let's do it. We are back.
Let's do it again.
Some table coming up this session,
Come on,
guys.
some table. Tell us who.
In 1's going to be Steve Game, in 2 Jack Hardcastle, in 3 Nicholas Filone, 4 John Kelly, 5 Jack Salter, 6 Richard Schneiderman, 7 John Bousfield, 8 Rich Kellett, and in 9 is Bruce Jones.
Amazing.
Really, really nice table.
There's the high roller champion coming to sit down. He's one of the short stacks though, isn't he?
Yep.
Got about 30k. So we'll just about do it. Do we get chippies? So
looking forward to this one,
yes.
Tower. Really, really looking forward to this session.
We've
There's
got a champion on our table, Jack Hardcastle, won Leeds.
Kellett won Leeds as well a few years back, didn't he? 2019, maybe, was it?
John Kelly sat down, ready to rock and roll. Won the Christmas jumper free meal here in the club yesterday, which was very nice.
Jack Salter in seat 5 needs no introduction. I remember watching him on EPTs before I could even play this game legally, and seeing him here now. He won the high roller back in the was it last week or was it this week, the high roller? It was this week, wasn't it? Yeah, it was this week. He won the high roller. My mind's like
days.
Yeah, days are just
days. What day is it? No idea. It's just today. Let's do it again. Another session. What did we end up on? 150, 140 something around the time we finished the last session.
142 it was left. So 142 coming back this session.
142.
So lost 76 first session of the day. If we lose 76 this session, and 76 will be done.
We'll be off. So come on then, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Grand final, £1 million prize pool. Let's do it again. Good luck if you're on Towers treble. Newcastle, Middlesbrough, Sunderland. Come on. Let's go, John Kelly, says Connor Hewson, watching on Facebook. Go on, Brucey, says Matt and Isam. or is it MP? Whichever one it is. Might be Boris. You never know, he could be watching. Is it MP? Nick Filoni sat in seat number 3, Stoke's finest.
So blind on blind here. Jack with the Jack 10 playing 1k, 2k now, 16 bigs, just moves all in. And Rich here with the King 8 versus this particular opponent. Like, expect Jack to shove some King 7 suited, King 6 suited, these type of hands here, but Rich just thinks better of it with the King 8, blind on blind, and Jack picks that one up with the worst of it. First pop going to him, and there's the big stacks around the room. Ventislav Valav.
Ventislav.
Taking the chip
300k,
lead.
First one over.
Yeah, Chun Man still up there.
Chun Man, there's no need to feel down, I said, Chun Man. There's a way to get down, I said, Chun Man. We've got 230,000 chips.
It's fun to play at the GUKPT.
Mauricio Pace. AJ, who's on our table, look at Ronan Sweeney, he's got a lot of love in the chat box as well. George Robinson, Tom Middleton and Kenny Hallett. Oh, there's some names in this field, let me tell you. Tony Filoni. Yeah, you're right. I don't know why it's Nick. I know it's Nick and Tony. I don't know why it must be Nicholas Tony or something like that. Or Nicholas Anthony. But Tony Filoni is the man in seat number 3. If I call him Tony, it's because I know him. But it is Nick on his official title.
Yeah, John should shove this spot here. Tower, lovely to see from John. Shoving a pair for 19 big blinds. Oh, we're not at 1.5 now, it's actually less. Shoving a pair for 14 big blinds. 1k, 2k. Yeah, the blinds over Jack's open. Gets that one through. That's John Kelly. Nice pick up for him. Was our winner of our Christmas jumper competition yesterday. Yeah, I'll take it.
So, level number 13 of the tournament. Jack Salter's got the Cowboys.
And not going to get any action because Kellett can't defend the old Doyle. No action for Jack with the Kings. Shows the table.
Look at Kellett stack at 104,000. They're going along nicely. Jack Hardcastle chip leader on the table. Moved back against him.
Always there, Jack, and it's always one bullet as well.
Yep.
It's like always one bullet.
Jack.
Yeah, one bullet Jack. Very rare. I can't even remember him having multiple bullets at any point this year. Yeah, very good table, Blue. I'm looking forward to this session. I love it when we get a table like this, and we're gonna see tables like this for the rest of the day. I think.
You met Kevin Black, didn't you?
Deep into day 2, yeah.
You met Blue.
Got me a nice beer. Thanks for that, Kev.
Three sheets to the wind when he came to say hello with the Malbec down and the gin and everything else. Hey, Jay, I'm Blue 58 online.
So Nicholas here working with 19 bigs. Just like to see him open the ace king. No need to shove this one. Very premium holding. Raises to 4.5.
And Kelly gets out of the way. Jack Salter will do the same as well. Folding around in turn, including Bowsett.
And Bruce going to defend this one,
Yes.
tower. Well, working effective stack, 19 big blinds here for Bruce versus maybe LP Open could potentially incorporate this into just a shove for the 19 bigs effective, but versus EP from Nicholas just opting to defend perfectly fine. Heads up to the flop between these two. It's in the commands, Ryan. If you put towers, treble in the commands.
Yeah, it's got 3 minutes. They can back it in running as well. But I'm expecting early goals from all the teams. Queen 9-8 flop, Bruce out flops. Tony Filoni in seat 3. Should always be a call in one spot.
Yeah, he's not folding to one bet here, Bruce, that's for sure.
Oh, roll reversals, ladies and gentlemen.
And just shoves from 1.5x pot here. Does Nicholas, and now Bruce got an easy fold with the ace-9.
Okay. Kev's got some good news today as well.
Good news, we like good news.
Yeah. Well, Stoke City can't lose.
They can't lose, is that what he said?
Yeah, they're not playing.
Ah. And night, he says, bet of the day is Brighton away to Southampton. Far better than 21-10.
There you go. Odd Bodkin says his bet's knackered because he's put two of his lines in Towers treble. Oh dear.
Good afternoon, Piano Cat, tuning in
Hi,
on Twitch.
Cat, how are we doing?
£1 million prize pool, guys.
Million.
This is what's in the pot. This is what they're playing for.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing turnout. Just fantastic. Everything about it, just amazing. $1 million prize pool for the first time ever. Somebody said it wasn't achievable. 10 buy-ins over it, something like over the
and the rest.
40.
And the rest, yeah.
40 buy-ins over it. Amazing.
I think it was 50 over at Tower. Yeah, it was 1.09, and they're obviously 2% out for the National League.
Wow.
Was it 544 needed for the million? We got 609. So Bruce just choosing to complete the ace queen here in the small blind. Surprised that didn't just elect to shove this one blind on blind 20 bigs, but has flopped monstrous in the blind on blind situation. Top pair, top kicker, and Steve's actually caught a little piece here in the form of a deuce. So definitely going to be calling once here with position. Steve getting 4-1 on his money once Bruce opts for the third pot continue. Got a lead was a limp pot. The 4 clubs on the turn does bring in a 9 high flush draw for the 9 deuce. So Bruce gonna bit of pot control, opting to go for the check call here on the turn. Stephen might be happy to just get to showdown with his deuce here and check this one behind.
Five of hearts on the river.
So now with Bruce want to be coming in for value tower once we get that green light check back on the turn. Want to try and get some value from our ace queen, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Try and perhaps target some jack X. There's obviously some deuce X in there as well. Stephen checking his option in the big blind, going to have all the deuces. That makes a good fold. That one going the way of Bruce.
Random question from Scott Alford watching on YouTube. Jay and Ottawa, what's your dream GUKPT lineup on the stream to commentate on? Mix of regs and recs.
Yeah. I think it would be, I'm going to just fire off 9, random 9, probably Terry, Albert, Anthony Miles, and then probably Kellett, Windsor, Yanis Liparis, Wreck-It Ralph. He's great to watch on the feature table. Throw him in the mix as well.
He's still in today as well.
And then someone like Mandara, Ryan Mandara, which I've got one of my close pals on there to watch as well. So yeah, something like that. That would be some table if we ever got that in years to come. Ali Malou as well. How can I forget about the Malou stuff? He's back in the thick of it now.
Afternoon, Rich. Saw you wandering the streets yesterday. It took me about 5 seconds to realise who you were. All snuggled up because it was a bit fresh. Oh, you're well, Rich. And well done on your winning Blackpool. A super effort for locking up the title in Blackpool. Great effort, young man. Good to have you on board.
Cut-off open from Kellett. Unfortunately, the deck's not registering Rich's hand, raising into the big blind of Jack Hardcastle. These are the two biggest stacks at the table, and Jack's going to make the defend and heads up between Rich and Jack.
I know that Jack's got at least 2 different shirts in his wardrobe ready for the final table as well, or the third day 3 if he makes it. I know that for sure.
Jack with Jack 10 here, 974 rainbow board, 2 overs gut shot. So if we are faced with a continue as Jack Hardcastle, not going to be folding this one. And Rich does choose to continue for 6, it looks like. Pot from Rich Kellett here. And Jack coming straight in for a check raise here with the Jack 10 to 16k. And these are the 2 big stacks at the table. And Kellett just getting out of the way. Nice little check raise bluff there from Jack with the Jack 10. Gets the job done.
So pretty shallow our table. 116k as chip leader.
It's been like it.
It has been
for
like
the last 17 days. Piano Cat. It's been
yeah, we've had
London internet, unfortunately.
Hardwired in. We can't use the Wi-Fi because it's got 500 people on it. We have an hardwired dedicated line, and unfortunately, for some reason, we have a bit of buffering. Hopefully, just a refresh will get you back to it. We gone, says Faithy. Sorry, guys. It is one of those unfortunate things for us. The Interweb cuts out, starts up again, cuts out, starts up again. Hopefully refresh itself very soon and gets itself back steady again. Mick the Mod says refresh is all good. Hopefully that'll work, but we can only apologise. We're hardwired in, we think everything's good, and then all of a sudden we drop.
A few bust outs since we come back after the break. Andy Christoforou, PD, Lee French, Joe Hindry, Matthew Raab and Kai Huang.
Tai Tai.
Tai Tai.
Oh. Tai Tai's gone. Unlucky.
Which leaves us with 137. 137 remaining.
137. I'm saying wow, we're still over 130 runners. Third level a day too.
I was speaking to who was I speaking to earlier? I think Steve at the desk and saying about the numbers and stuff. But I remember going back to like 2017. You come back for a day 2. Actually, it might have been PK I was speaking to.
Yeah.
80, 90 runners. You come back like day 2, like always like 80, 90 players,
Yep.
and then it's just crazy.
You're right.
Yeah, we will be updating the runners as they bust top ballots. We won't do it like 137, 136, 135. We'll get the bust outs through to us every 15 minutes or so, and then we'll correct it in the top right corner accordingly.
Cheers. So we should be back, hopefully, for a good refresh. I do apologise.
Wow, is Nicholas going to peel here?
Tony Filoni is coming in to defend.
No, he can't tower. He can't peel this hand regardless of his stack size. Like, he's even more reason not to offer 22 bigs. Wow, he's going to peel the 5-3 of diamonds here is Nicholas. And in the small, like, perfectly fine to defend this hand, closing the action, heads up in the big, but in the small blind, do not want to be in this position at the table. Going to bring John in more often as well. He's then going to get a better price to defend. Going to be splitting equity 3 ways. We're acting first on every street. There's situations on the flop where Jack's going to c-bet, and then we're sandwiched between him and the big blind. Got to make our decision still with John behind us. There's lots of negatives to it, but Nicholas happy to get involved, I guess, with this hand. And John just ships it all in for 31k tower.
John Kellett.
31k into 14k. He goes for the old like 2.2x pot rip with a 9-high flush draw when Jack's got all the ace king, king queen, king jack, king 10 opening in that position, sets of queens. No fear from the man. Mine's all good, guys, on Twitch and YouTube now. It was playing up. Just give it a refresh and it should be back to normal now. It's been like it for the whole festival, unfortunately. It's just the internet here in the Vic. There's not much we can do. Mine's gone again.
Was it?
Raised to 4.5.
Well, we've already got good news.
Do you know what? How many times have we heard that? Can we just ignore it? Do you know what? I'm not even gonna mention the chat today about the treble, because we always do this. We've got good news first half. We're winning in 2 of them. We're drawing the other.
Sunderland are winning.
Yeah, I know they're winning, but let's keep it. Let's try a different tactic this time.
All right, don't mention Sunderland are winning.
Yeah. Well,
All right.
Just keep.
We'll not mention it. Thanks, Dennis.
Cheers, Dennis. Cheers, Dennis.
Cheers, Razor Kev.
Every time we mention that a team's winning, it never works out for us, unfortunately.
Right. Well, then we'll not mention one at Towers Treble's winning.
Yeah, Jack's going to be all in here. Tower.
He is indeed. Rich Kellett may call it off. Jack Hardcastle, depending on his holdings.
Jack's just going to Salter here. Is going to rip for 20 bigs, and Jack 3-betting Kellett from +2. This is just always going to be all in, I think, here for Jack Salter. With these 2 players in question as well, Kellett competent, going to be opening right range +2. Jack knows that himself. He can be 3-betting light potentially, and just moves all it. Well, Jack snapped here, so we're in trouble here as Salter. We're hoping to see Ace King. We're just hoping to see Ace King here as Salter. To be fair, there's not much Jack can fold once he's getting that price. After 3-betting to 14k, 27k more to call.
Kings.
But he's got the Cowboys.
Wow. The King of Spades, King of Hearts. For Jack Hardcastle.
Looking for some vengeance. Jack Salter busted Jack Hardcastle in the high roller event, made a hero call versus him on the final table.
Needs a 10.
Some potential runners.
Any 8s about? No, we're down to a 10.
Just a 10.
Or we lose the high roller champion, Jack Salter, to Jack Hardcastle. We do. Unfortunately, we don't get to see him in opening up with plenty of chips. Jack Hardcastle takes out Jack Salter.
That's good news for the rest of the table. And then it's bad news because now Jack's got 164k.
Yeah.
Take the good with the bad.
Indeed.
Great start to the session for Jack. And just before Jack Salter busted, we lost Dinesh Chinani, Ronnie Tai, Lofty Bugnami and Sam Barnes. So that's going to leave us with 132.
Jack Hardcastle building his stack.
Cheers, Brad. See you a bit later, mate, when you tune in.
Absolutely. I thought he was busy this weekend. I thought he was too busy to play this weekend. How come he's in the chat all day? He's obviously not busy at all.
Scene open 27-5.
Show you what's coming up for the rest of the year and the start of 2022 very shortly.
So Kellett here wants to open this one. Ace-9 suited. And raises to 4,000. And John's going to have to shove this one tower. We're working with 22 bigs facing the open from Rich. Just going to be moving in here as John Kelly with the ace-queen, or at least we should be. Wow, he's just flatted here, tower. Comes in with a flat. And this may give Kellett an opportunity to win the hand on a...
Wow,
well,
he ain't folding this flop.
It's Kellett's pot now, tower, a lot of the time. John might call once, but... Oh, he's opted to check the ace-9 of clubs here, Rich.
Goes check, check.
And there's 7 of diamonds on the turn. Now delayed c-bet coming in from Kellett. Looks like half pot, 6k or 10k. He's actually sized up here, has Rich. 10k into 12. Maybe putting pressure on. It's weird, like what hands do we expect John to flat off of just over 20 bigs as us as Kellett opening? Like there's going to be a lot of shoves in there, so hard one to range him on that. He gets the job done with the worst of it nonetheless.
So coming up for the rest of the year, we have got the 25-25s, Newcastle, Walsall, Leeds, Berry-New Road and Luton for the return of the schedule for the 25-25s. Looking forward to getting back to those, and then beginning of next year, as you can see, the 25-25s, first few weeks of 2022 running into January and late Feb. We've got Glasgow, Liverpool and Birmingham, Leeds, Reading, Edinburgh and Bolton for the G400s, 25-25s and the deep stacks, and Luton, Walsall, Blackpool and Dundee's deep stack.
Looks good, looks good.
It does indeed. Oi oi, Binky Winks. Tony Filoni coming in for a raise in the hijack. Makes it 4.5.
Yeah, doubt John's going to continue the Jack 10 off here. Tower versus the open. Definitely weighing up his options. Rave on, says Binky Winks.
So Tony raises it up, Rich Kellett calls. Ace 6 4.
Yeah, it's not Rich Kellett in this hand tower.
Sorry about
it's
that.
Rich in seat 6.
Apologies about that.
And Nicholas here with the ace 9 of hearts. Could definitely sometimes incorporate a check-in versus small line range, but fire in straight away, trying to get value from our hand, fine. No, Rich just can't call with king-queen. Should be hand over.
Any notables left in, says Binky Winky.
Lots.
Just remember, kids. Yeah, we've just lost
So
one of the
many.
biggest ones, unfortunately.
Yeah, Jack Salter.
Jack Salter busting out. We've had quite a few eliminations with big players as well during the day, but any more eliminations on the outer fields?
There's been a few. I was going to do it every 15 minutes or so, but I'll let you know up to date. We have also lost, after Jack Salter, Mohammed Muse, LR GDPR, Chris Johnson.
Oh, Macapac's gone.
Yeah, and that's it at the moment.
All
So
right, okay.
only another 3, so 1-3-3 remaining.
Quick run through some of the notable eliminations during the day as well. Lee French, Andy Chipshop, Andy Christopher out. Dave Doherty, who won in Luton. We lost Ludo. Ludo's out. Teddy Sheringham's gone. Philippe Souki, one of the biggest players in the world, has gone. John Mooney. We lost Riggy. We lost Tamer Kamel. So plenty of eliminations through. Stato's gone. Andy Hume, David Barnes eliminated.
Sam Grafton went out early stages as well.
Rick Trigg went out, said to us. Antoine Sout, big names being eliminated. Jamie Nixon went, Denatra de Souza. There have been some big eliminations during the day already. Lawrence Houghton, one of the biggest online names. Tom Hall, thanks for his input into the comms yesterday. Loved listening to Tom. He's gone. Yanis Lypris was one of the first out on the feature. So plenty have been eliminated, and we are on 136 at this moment in time.
Eight of diamonds on the turn, so Kellett's still with the best of it. Probably a card that expect Bruce to take a 3-1 on a lot of the time. After this hand, we'll have a little look out in the field, see what's going on the outer tables.
We will. We'll go for a wander.
And Kellett chooses to lead for 14k here with the 5-3 of clubs. And Bruce just has to fold down tower. Nothing we can do here as Bruce. Just give up with this one. Yes, we've turned equity with our gut shot. We can be drawing dead. Kellett will have a whole host of diamond combinations defending out the big blind. So just expect Bruce to get out of the way here, and Rich should take it down with the best of it. Unless Bruce has got other ideas. I can't ever see him flatten here, tower. Well, there we go. Into the muck. Let's see what's going on out there.
What's happening outside?
Drayton Haxiaj, 2-time GUKPT champion. Luton sat next to Sven McDermott, who bought in day 2, and look at that stat.
Sven's there, ladies and gentlemen.
Day 2 buy-in, and he's got about 170k.
Was he in the 6 max or the heads up this week?
He was in the 6 max, third in the 6 max. Kenny Hullart.
And also Chufty.
Kenny Hullart, November 9er, a few years back.
Delicious. JP, flipping heck. Bracelet winner.
What is that table, tower?
2-time bracelet winner.
That is one.
Chufty, one of the biggest card PLO players in the world.
There's Chris Maguire, the pot washer.
The pot washer, down to about, oh, he's got some reds, which are the new 25,000 chips. David G. It is all going on the outer tables. Let me tell you. Oh, we've still got Brandon.
And he's got another Christmas jumper on.
He has, he's loving it. Amazing, thanks for that with the players on the outer tables. Wow, let's go Sven, I'm not telling you.
Yes, Dennis, Dan Gormley is still in the mix.
Yes. And we will be resetting servers and hoping for things at the dinner break. We'll have a quick shufty round. You know what it's like, Dennis? We don't like it any more than you do.
So Bruce not choosing to raise the 9-8 suited here. Thought we might see him raise this one up quite frequently, Tower, but happy to check his option and take a flop and catch his middle pair. Kellett with gut shot here with a 6-5 with the 6 of clubs. Sitting here with 6-side, might come in for a lead, and that's exactly what he's going to do. And Bruce not going to be going anywhere after catching middle pair. Blind on blind situations, pair is hard to make. Some ranges should just be very wide in these situations, and Kellett probably going to shut down now, unless he's thinking about targeting some 4x and a lot of ace highs we expect to raise, but he's going to double barrel here, potentially fold out 4x, 8x, these type of holdings, and well-timed check from him, and Bruce just has to fire now with his 2 pair. Bruce fires for 8k, and Rich is done with the hand.
Raised to 4.
Back, guys.
Queen 9, 5s for Tony Filoni in seat 3.
And Rich going to peel the A7 of hearts on the button.
Afternoon, Span.
They're all good tables out there, Span, to be fair.
You're not wrong.
The tables out in the field are very, very tasty.
Tell you what, after 4 days of this playing this, you'll know you've played some poker. You might need to take Monday off.
Oh, action.
5, 10, 3. 2 hearts.
Oh.
Kellett with a nut flush draw. Set of 5s for Tony Filoni. Tony will be getting them in. Jack Hardcastle's got a flush draw.
So
we've got a top pair for Stephen.
Kellett's also got a flush draw tower.
Yep, any flops around?
This is like as action as this it gets, this flop. This is just action central. And Nicholas is looking at all these calls in front of him, licking his lips. With middle set here, this is set up. And now Jack with a Queen 9 of hearts. He's not going anywhere. He's going to make the call.
Now this could be a proper shove from Nick. He'll know there's flush draws out there. He'll know there could be some ace 10, king 10s. It could be the lot. It is. It's every single chip from Tony Filoni. They're in. He sits back. Now then, Mr. Kellett, you have a big decision. Can we ever see a fold?
I don't think we're going to see Rich fold tower.
We can't. They're in. They're in. Tony Filoni is at risk, but he is in front.
Well in front as well, because lots of hearts going into the muck.
Yeah. Tony Filoni set of fives against a nut flush draw from Rich Kellett. We folded the Queen 9. There was also another heart folded as well. Does Tony Filoni stay in front and get a big pot?
Well, we do have a 4 now for Kellett.
Any 4s, any hearts to dodge for Tony Filoni? Oh, and he does. He does. Rich Kellett misses.
Yeah, that's going to put Kellett down to 50k.
So Kellett down to 50. Tony Filoni up to 130,000. Big hand for Tony in seat number 3.
Yeah, I guess he thinks that King Queen of Hearts, King Jack of Hearts, Jack Queen of Hearts, these type of hands are in their span. No, it's a non-justice game. Kellett back amongst it, opening cut-off with the ace-9, once folded to him. And Bruce here, Queen 8 of diamonds on the button. Bruce playing 36 bigs. Might be thinking about incorporating light free bet here versus Kellett's cut-off opening range tower, especially off Kellett's stack size as well. It's one of them situations where he's never going to pill. A lot of the time it's just going to be a shove or fold, and Bruce thinks better of it, just gets out of the way. And Jack with the 8-4 of clubs in the big blind, expecting to defend this one. Comes in with the call. Ace-10 deuce, rainbow board. So Kellett flopping best with the ace-9. They're going to come straight in for value, but Jack just never continuing the 8-4.
Must have had a couple of bust outs because Katie Swift's table's been split, which means there's a few more being eliminated as they'll be balancing the tables. I don't know when they go 8-handed today because there's still over 100 in the mix. If the pictures are blurry, just give us a refresh. We are having serious internet issues here in London. The hardwire connection for some reason has decided to give us a few problems, but fingers crossed. A quick refresh gets you back into it.
16 bigs for Valsey.
16 bigs are in.
They are in. And Valsey gets that one through. I never knew that, Span. Never knew that. Yes, Nicola, Katie is still in the mix. Katie still in the field. Profiles round to Rich, ace for clubs, expect to see an open. Raises to, looks like 4K. Now Kellett's been involved a lot, opening a lot of pots, so Bruce might actually choose to free bet this one, the ace-9 of hearts here. Can go either way. I just think if he's aware that Kellett's been involved in a lot of pots, opening a lot of hands, does choose to come in for free bet to 11. Nicholas cannot cold call here with the freeze. Thinking about the cold call though. This is like snap fold guys a lot of the time, but Nicholas obviously wants to get involved. Gets out of the way, makes a correct decision. And John in the big blind, same for him. And snap fold from Kellett. The ace-3 suited. Nice little pick up from Bruce there with the ace-9 of hearts. Ronnie Robertson coming to the feature table in seat 5. But stream seems to have steadied itself now, guys. Hopefully it continues that way for everyone watching. There's just not much we can do regarding internet connection.
We have new level, 100, 200, 200 active, 100, 200, 200 active.
Is Katie still in? Yes, she just mentioned that.
Deals and plays in our 1 day 400. You have new levels, small blind 100, big blind 300, big blind 90, 300. It's the last level for entry.
This should be in here from John. Nice to see him taking this one with the King Queen.
As you say, they should be in, and they are. John Kelly got himself a nice little meal in the restaurant. He got the Christmas jumper vote yesterday from the team. John Kelly. So we're on 136. Let's have a butcher, see what's happened down the out of tables in the last few minutes, see what if there's any news. Well, we've just lost. We'll come back to that because we're going to get Stephen all in seat number 1. Steve Game's got the 9s, and Bruce has the ladies, the short stack with the 9s. Needs a bit of help. Oh, we're going to lose one. Six, 7, Jack. We've got redraws or a 9. That's not one of them because the club means we can only hit a 9 now. And it's I thought it was there as well. It's not. Stephen out of the game. Hey, boom, boom. Unlucky Stephen. Steve Game just been eliminated. Just before that, we lost Nathan Lee. We lost Mitch Johnson, Amir Malik, Dan Sampson, and I think that's it. Sylvian Loosely was eliminated because we mentioned that Macapac had gone.
Blind's going to be increasing in 10 minutes time. Take us into level 4 of the day.
Which means we are down to 1, 2, 3. Bit of Ted Rogers.
I thought that was 2, 4, 6, 8.
No, that was Tom Robinson.
Oh, okay.
123. Well, actually 3, 2, 1. That was a television program in the 80s. 3, 2, 1. So we're on 123. Get updated ASAP. Nick the Mobs give us some bad news. Well, I'm not listening. There's still time. We're not losing. It was a young man. It was a North East treble. Newcastle, Middlesbrough, Sunderland, and Blackburn for the 4-timer. Yeah, Jay York on Twitch. It is a 25.50 in Leeds and Berry New Road. It is a 25.50, 50,000 guarantee for the Leeds and Berry New Road. 25, but it is actually a 25.50, 50,000 guarantee. Bouse is in again. El Bousey is in again. Tony Filoni with the 2s, 31,000 to call.
This is the snappiest snapfolds tower.
It is. It is.
Like the freeze was a snapfold, and this is a snapfold as well. Where he's thinking about it. He's really actually thinking about it, and lets it go.
Lets it go. He does let it go.
The 1-0 Newcastle. And the goal stands, says
1-0 Newcastle. Come on, Towers treble. Oh, it could be Christmas cheer for everybody involved. Prizepool running across the bottom of the screen. Look at this Prizepool. For the first time ever. For the first time ever. £1 million in the Prizepool. £1 million. It ended up with 1 million £292,000. First prize, an absolute life-changing £265,350. Wow.
Jack raises to 4k, and Ronnie going to flat the King Queen suited off of 23 bigs. And Bouncy here in the small might take this tower, especially versus a Jack open with all the chips. I'm probably just going to take this spot. Yeah, this is nice from Bouncy, shoving this one for 21 bigs, and it's going to get through unless Kellett wakes up with it in the big. Oh, ace jack for Kellett, but that's going to be a fold from his perspective after this action in front of us.
Yeah. Ronnie's looking down at a nice hand as well, as he just calls the 4,000.
Yeah, Ronnie could have plausibly shoved himself as well, tower for 23 big blinds over a Jack open. Nice pick up there from Bouncy. 12k stack increase just from getting that one through.
Bouncy gets it through.
So Jack opening once more, 7-8 suited this time, under the gun, raises to 4k. And like John could take these fires as well versus a Jack open under the gun and incorporate a shove in. Obviously got to be wary about under the gun opening range. And John might choose to take this spot here with the fives. Jack's been fairly active. Oh, he flats. Yeah, this is probably, out of all three options, it's fine to fold here for sure. Like against certain opponents opening UTG, like we can even fold versus Jack's UTG open, but calling probably the worst option out of the lot. But I guess John's just wants to see a flop, see if he can catch a set and then go with it. Bruce going to come in the big blind with the 8-4 suited. $10-9 deuce rainbow flop, Jack flopping up and down here. Nothing for Bruce. Doesn't choose to continue the 7-8. Thinking about hands that John's going to have here. +2 after calling his open. Deuce of hearts on the turn.
There's the 2.
I think if Bruce checks here, tower, we're probably then going to see the delay continue from Jack a lot of the time with the 7-8 of clubs. Just sitting here with 8 high, never going to win with this one at showdown. Once the flops check through, we'll feel fairly confident that John doesn't have too much, so just going to be firing here, trying to take it down. And he might even double barrel as well versus John specifically. Maybe not versus Bruce because he's going to have some deuce X, but that one gets through nonetheless.
Bruce Zeus for the win. Is that his online name? Is it Bruce Zeus? Brucey Zeusy. Queens for Tony. Tony Filoni in seat number 3.
Nicholas raising to 4.5. Spansan Jack early's opens wide from early position because people don't free bet him enough, which is fair enough. If no one's fighting back here with free bets, then might as well just keep opening. These hands might be more late position opens. Raise and take there for Nicholas, no action with the ladies.
Bruce Zeus, the legend of the $2.20 WCOOP phase. Like it. That's probably that's his nickname, that's his online alias then, is it? Bruce Zeus. So the blind's 1,000, 2,000.
Ace 5 of spades here for Kellett. Expect to see an open from him. Raises it up to 4,000. King 9 off for Jack in the small. He gets out of the way, and action on Nicholas with the Jack deuce in the big blind. He's going to fold as well. Raise and take for Kellett. Picking up blinds and ante.
Ronnie staying in seat number 5. His coats off, jumpers off, feeling comfortable, staying for the evening. If you are just tuning in, 123 left out of 607 in the biggest GUKPT in history. 14 years of doing the GUKPT. This is the first £1 million prize pool. Absolute scenes yesterday when they hit the mill.
So fires for Ronnie under the gun. Lets it go. Line on line action between Nick and John.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Obviously, after the 2009 world monetary crash, it took a few years to get back to not overlaying. The world struggled for a few years, but now, straight after the pandemic and lockdown, I think the numbers this year have just surprised and amazed everybody, because he's just kept going. Tony Filoni hits the 8, so too does John Kelly in seat number 4.
Yeah, so bet call.
Should be a bet call.
It's what you expect to see.
That's indeed what we do.
Yeah, they're going to end up chopping this one more often than not, tower. Ace of clubs on the turn. Might come in for a check now, Nicholas. There will be some ace highs that John checks, and he calls once with a flop, blind on blind. Going to be calling his ace highs here, so comes in for a check now. I think John's probably just going to check back 7-8. Well, it looks like he's firing to get to dictate the action on the river, assuming Nick's not leading into us as the aggressor, and we can just snap check back our 7-8. Well, not going to chop this one
No,
up,
the
because
actual
it's a
seven,
deuce.
yeah, the 7 plays. This will go check, and John will be gladly taking down this little pot. Yeah, I'll show me 8. And he's got him out pipped. Yeah. The 7 plays for John Kelly. $141,000, Jack Hardcastle, cheerleader on our table. How's Katie doing, says Bud 6917. Well, we know she's still in, and then the last time we saw she had about 150,000. So we will get a comprehensive chip count at the break.
How are we doing, Alan? Signed up to Twitch. Bruce in the hijack. I'll open this one. Raises to 5k. And we've got John in the small 10-8 clubs off this stack. Should just be going into the muck. What you expect to see. Discipline lay down from him.
So bringing the action from the GUKPT and the first £1 million prize pool. Boom diddy boom boom. Boom boom. And at half time, Towers Treble's not losing. Woohoo! 2's winning, 1's drawing. Come on the Sunderland. Let's finish the year on a high. Come on. Afternoon, Jake. And Gary Wilson says the Hatters are winning at Blackpool. Queens for Bruce. Now starting to get a few of the cards as well, which is good news. $123. $123. Still in the mix. Still with a chance of winning £250,000 and a bit of juice. Like OMG. Bruce it with the ace jack. Cristiano says he's known Bruce for over 10 years. could be his time. Well, you'll certainly find out today and tomorrow. A king high flop. King 10-4. Did Teddy make it to day 2? Yeah. Well, he bought in for the start of day 2, unfortunately been eliminated. Good to see Teddy Sheringham back playing poker. He said he was coming back to play a bit more this year or next year. He saw the big one was on. He thought, that's me. I'm in. Ace Jack for the Hardcastle. Coming in for a raise.
Ace 9 of hearts.
Yeah, should call on the bunch.
Kellett, unknown holding in the blinds.
Down to 48. Start of the session with 100. He makes a call. And Jack, King, 5, flop, 2 diamonds.
So Jack Hardcastle flops best here versus Rich, and this one checks through, unaware of what Kellett's got in the big blind. 7 of clubs on the turn. This boy we're probably going to see Jack bet a lot of the time. Tower, like the check on the flop with second pair. Now, I'm going to try and get some value from some worse Jack X perhaps, some 7X. It fires for 12k into 18. 2/3 from Jack Hardcastle. No idea what Kellett's got in this scenario. Thinking about this one, Rich.
He is indeed. Could also have a Jack.
Yep.
Queen Jack, Queen 10 maybe.
Could still have a King here as well, Tower, like some King 4 suited, King 3 suited, King Deuce suited, these type of holdings, but neither of those is going to be what he's holding there once he check folds. Might have pinged the 7 on the turn.
Jack Hardcastle is our chip leader on the table. So they're all tucking into a bit of grub, a bit of lamb curry or a bit of prawn stir fry.
So Rich in the cut-off. Looks like he's made it 6k. Blinds now 1k, 2.5k, and Balsi looking like he's got some sort of decision here on the button. Playing sub 20 bigs. Interesting. He looks like he's going to free bet here, Tower, and not shove. So really, really interesting this from Balsi, because like if he's got ace king, ace queen, ace jack, pocket pairs in this spot versus cut off open, you're just going to see it go in a lot of the time. So really intrigued to know what he has free betting off this stack size, when there's just going to be so many hands that are continues for us, but we're going to continue in the form of a shove for.
Would 9, 10 and jacks do the same as well?
Yeah. Probably, but Balsi might. I don't know. It's a weird one. I'd love to know what he had in that situation. Like, it's rare you see people free bet off sub 20 big blind stacks. It's usually just in. It's always a free bet rip. It's rare that it's free bet leaving themselves chips behind.
New player coming to seat 1. New player coming in to seat number 1.
Got no name for this one, Tower.
How do you know that?
It's down as MH.
Down as MH. Oh, £30 token time, ladies and gentlemen. £30 token time. He is down as MH. You know what that means?
You know what to do.
Get it in the chat box.
What do you want seat 1 to be called?
Go, go, go.
MH are the initials.
MH, the funniest one in the first 2 minutes, will get a £30 token.
Yeah, we'll give you 2 minutes to get them in the chat. £30 token.
MH.
Marlon Harewood coming already from Razor Kev.
Who's he?
Used to play for West Ham.
Well, he's not that good, is he? He's got good enough playing for West Ham. Come on. Maria Ho. That's it. Boom. Mad Hatter. Mr. Hanky.
We're going with that. I don't care. That's brilliant. Mr. Hanky.
Right, Rob Lloyd, you've got yourself a £30 token. Mr. Hanky. Oh my days. Jay's given you a £30 token.
Mr. Hanky. Oh, that's brilliant.
On it.
That is brilliant.
Oh my days. Oh. Mother Hubbard. I like Mother Hubbard. Mick Hucknall. Oh dear. Mickey House. Mickey Hazard. Mrs. Brown.
That's tickled me. That's proper tickled me. And
right, we're in.
Wow.
Mr. Hanky. I hope it lasts a long time. Marvin Hagler. I like that one. Mickey Hazard, my homie.
Mr. Hanky, that is
brilliant.
15-minute break. That's 15-minute break. All players in the segment. Anybody wishing to enter?
Well, he's got Michael down as his name.
Oh, has he? Oh, right. Well, fair enough. Oh man. Well, for the shout for Mr. Hanky, you are gonna end up with a £30 token. We've got Michael down in scene 1, but back to the game, because we've got the all in for Bousey and Ronnie with the hooks. Ronnie with the hooks. Bousey chomping away at the prawn stir fry.
No help for Ronnie. Still no help. Gonna need to find the case jack. One already in the muck. And it's the ace of diamonds, just the nuts on the end for Bousey. Wouldn't expect anything less from that man. And Ronnie is out the door. Before we lost Ronnie, Adam Miller, Anthony Kentony, Matt Davenport, Stefan the Dot, Georgius Onsaforu, Guy Leavely, Yikwan Song, Leon Campbell, Tan Lee, Keith Fraser, all hit the rail. Which leaves us, Tower, with 1-1-2.
Unlucky to Ronnie. Unlucky to Ronnie.
I knew you were going to tell me.
So
Rob, follow us on Twitter or just DM us. Don't have to follow us. Just drop me a DM on Twitter with your...
Well, he said pass it on, lads. Don't play online.
Ah,
Fair enough. Nice one, Rob. Nice one, nice one, nice one.
ah, okay.
But we are going to have a Mr. Hankey coming to the table because now we need a new one. But I do like we do. That was
That's a great shout, Mr. Hankey. Oh my
that
God,
was
what a shout
that was
is.
a great shout, Mr. Hankey. We got it in.
Nicholas opens the queens to 5.5, and Michael gonna call in the small, and Jack gets out of the way with the king deuce in the big.
Nine deuce 7 is the flop.
So action flop here, and Michael choosing to raise the ace-9 versus the under the gun open from Nicholas here, maybe for protection purposes, but Nicholas does still have the 10s for aces in his range opening under the gun here. And the other thing with this ace-9 particularly, like a lot of Nicholas's opening range will include the ace-jack, ace-10, ace-queen, ace-king, these type of holdings. They're going to have 12% now versus our hand with an ace in it ourselves. So maybe can be calling that spot, but obviously raising for protection purposes. Doesn't want an overcard rolling off like the jack of diamonds here on the turn. And now Michael does come in for a snap check, and Nicholas going to be firing away. That's 16 into 40, so 40% from Nicholas on the turn.
So Nick for Tony Filoni scooping in a few more. Just hope John's dinner doesn't go forwards. Ace-5 of hearts for Richard. Wow, just folding the suited ace-5. A well-timed fold because Bruce did have the ace-queen in the cut-off. Bruce going to open now. Raises to 5k. Michael going to flat the queen-jack of diamonds. Jack 9-9, 2-heart flop. So Michael flopping best.
probably going to check this spot here as Bruce with the ace queen without heart in it. Got to think about button. Calling range pre-flop will be very Jack X heavy, some 9-8, 10-9 suited in there as well. And Michael is going to fire for 6. Third pot from him. Out of position here. Wouldn't fault Bruce for just letting the ace queen go. He'd be correct in this situation. But we are ahead of some holdings, and we are getting 4-1 on our money, but makes a very good lay down there from Bruce in seat 9. "1-0 Blackburn," says Mick the Mod. So just needs Sunderland to get a goal from somewhere.
How's Stannick's finest doing, Katie and Ben? Well, they're both still in. They are both still in.
Another Jack 9 flop. There was 9-9 Jack before, but another paired board, and going to be first sign of aggression taking this one down. Neither player wanting to take the lead in this pot though.
2 of spades on the turn.
How's it going, Gins?
5 minutes. That's final 5 minutes of entries. Anyone wishing to play, please make your way to the cashiers now. Thank you.
Towermere says the Loch Ness Drogba will get us a goal for Sunderland. It's coming.
Come on, Tal. We're rooting for it. Everybody is.
Yeah, we are. Especially with a 4-timer as well, which I'll never put in, ever. I'll never do the 4-timer. Always treble. And today I thought, you know what, I'm going to do the 4-timer as well.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed.
Jack, King second time this session. So we're going to open in the cut-off, raises to 5.5. And Mr. Hankey in seat 5 is at the table tower.
There he is. Mr. Hankey comes to the table. Bish bash bosh. Unfortunately, we can't give the token away. We can't give the token away because we've been told to hand it back by Rob Lloyd because and it made Jay just laugh out loud. So that was
nearly choked to death.
But it will be Mr. Hankey on the screen very soon. Come to the table as a GDPR. We're going to give away a £30 token. Now we've got to work out how to give away the £30 token that we're giving away a £30 token.
We'll surely get another GDPR throughout the day, surely.
Players in our G400, start taking your seats. We'll be restarting in 3 minutes. That's final 3 minutes remaining on the break. All players to retake your seat. Thank you.
Yeah, nice this for John, shoving the Queen 9 sub 15 bigs here on the button. And like, if Rich is aware that John's going to be shoving correctly here, he should be calling this one off. But it is for like 2/3 of our stack. But button, shove, sub 15 bigs. Should have all the suited kings in there. Like Jack 10 we dominate, Queen Jack we dominate, Jack 9 suited, Jack 8 suited, these type of holdings. But just thinks better of it there, Richard.
So 112 from 218 today. Heading towards the dinner break of 60 minutes.
Jack opening to 5k. And Rich is in with the ace king. As he gets out of the way and snap fold from Jack.
And calls. Oh no, I've already called. He moved his chips forward as a fold. So Mr. Hankey comes to the table with 56,000. How many's getting paid? Says Ricky Kebabs, 59. We'll run the prize pool across the bottom. We need to lose half the field again to get into the money. 1,092,000 in the prize pool. For the first time ever, we hit a mill ball.
Great effort.
And for the first time ever, third place prize is over £100,000.
Minutes time is going to be our hour dinner break.
Heads your players and dealers in the grand final. After handling progress, you're on a 40-minute break. That's a 40-minute extra break. All players in the grand final.
Well, there you go. That's something we weren't expecting.
40 minutes.
Players and dealers in the 400. Your players now 200, 400 with the 400 big leg. Andy, please begin the deal.
How many levels played today? Says Dan. We played 10 levels. Live stream will finish around 12:30. 12 hours of the live stream today. But the dinner break has just been announced as 40 minutes because a lot of players are at the tables. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, we know that, Dennis. It will be a long day tomorrow. It's all right, we still got the sleeping bags in here from the midi.
We have.
Still got them in here.
Yeah, the midi was about 2 o'clock, wasn't it? 2 in the morning. Biggest prize pool ever.
So Kellett completing in the small blind, and action on Bruce here with the Queen 9. Kellett working with just over 15 bigs. Bruce checking his option. Flop of Ace, King, Jack, Rainbow here. But if Kellett leads, expect Bruce to call with Queen High in this situation, but chooses to check this flop. Like with 15 bigs here, we're going to shove like all our ace X as rich, so can't really ever rep an ace. Even a lot of the King X we're going to be moving in with off 15 big blinds, so may even feel like his 10 high is going to be good here in a lot of situations, and Bruce will be thinking the same thing with his Queen High. It's the 9 of diamonds on the river. So Queen High at Bruce will be good if Kellett doesn't fire, and looks like he is going to fire. For 7k, so pot size bet from Rich. And Bruce has caught a 9 on the end here. So interesting spot for him, and actually lets the 9 go. Nice pick up from Kellett there with the worst of it.
Do we think we'll get into the money today?
Yes.
Yeah, but it won't be like it normally is at the beginning of level 6 or anything like that, or the end of level 6.
It'll be level 16 or 17, back end of 16. It would definitely go in 17 if not.
You think?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I'm having the overs.
Do you want overs on 17?
I do. I reckon first half an hour of 18. Can we have that?
Okay.
Double the quits.
Yeah. What? So £2 to £4? Yeah.
Do I owe you 2?
No. I owe you 2. So you'll go 2 to 4. Yeah.
You owe me, why?
You won double or quits yesterday on the quid.
Oh yeah, I did. Flipping I should cash out.
Yeah.
£2.
You could be up to 4 tower.
Oh my god, I didn't realize I'd done that. Right, go on then.
Good luck. I've got 17 towers.
I need Towers treble to come in now.
It'll be great if it come in.
Wow.
Michael flopping the flush draw. Not much here for Bruce. Bruce is going to fire. Michael will make the call.
Span says level 17 as well. Leave it out, Span.
4 diamonds on the turn, and now probably just going to see Bruce give up, which is fine in these situations. Just come in for one bet, blind on blind. How wide the big blind is, harder to connect with the board than miss it.
There you go, you see. Dan says it's coming in. Records have been broken this weekend. Good luck to John Kelly, Chin, watching on the YouTube channel. Any news of who's in the last longer? I don't actually know the players. I'll ask Geordie Mike who's in the last longer because I haven't got the list. I think you had to buy. Did you have to buy in online or use an online token to get into the last longer?
I think it was if the satellite winners online, the ones that won a satellite into the main event to get
through
into
the online.
Yeah,
right,
through
through the online client. Right, got you. Surely MH is Mother Hubbard. No, it's Mr. Hankey. So Mr. Hankey is in. A tissue! Raises to 6,000 with King 10. Rich in seat number 6. Richard Coles. Michael in seat 1 with the 10s. Is that just a call as well?
Yeah, just a call. It's fine versus EP Open and flat. This
I might see a raise.
Actually, to be honest, against these stack sizes, wouldn't be a bad thing to 3-bet call off the 10s here. Effective stack, biggest stack is 25 bigs. But it depends, like Mr. Hankey's just come to the table. We're not sure how he plays, like if he's going to be opening wide or not. And it is Christmas time, and that is when Mr. Hankey tends to thrive.
Well, Tony Filoni's come along in the big blind now with 6-4. I'm not confident with 10s. So 9-10 Jack.
How are you feeling with 10s now, Tower?
I'm feeling lovely with 10s. Kept everybody involved. Mr. Hankey's going to come along for a call. Unless the 10s raise it up. No, he just calls as well. So this will come back round to Mr. Hankey. He's got the gut shot on a pair. Good fold.
Good fold, Mr. Hankey.
Wow, that is controlled. A controlled fold. 8 of diamonds on the turn.
A bad card from both players' perspective, but from
absolutely.
Richard's perspective, is actually from ours. For Richard, it's actually a really good card for him. Now Michael going to fire here with his set. 12.5, and Rich now dicey spot with the ace jack, just lets that one go, understandably.
Well, played it a little bit differently than what I thought it was correct, but he gets a nice bit of value.
I missed that. Span said Bousey folded King Queen. Would have flopped the stones.
Would have had a 7 card straight.
Days who buying today, wasn't he, Bousey?
Yes, he was. It was indeed. Where are we up to with the eliminations? Let's have a butchers because oh no, we've just lost Ben Windsor, our grand final champion. Ben Windsor bought in this morning, built his stack up to about 60,000. He's gone. Rapinda Chima is also out. Robert Duras, Phil Corrigan, and I think we got up to, did we get up to Nikolai Pomenerov?
No, we didn't.
And Cully Sidhu with Kevin Warrilow. Was that a great week? Kevin was on the
6 max.
Was on the 6 max on Wednesday.
Keep going.
Kerry Rees, heads up champion, is out, and Terry Mitford, because and also we lost Andy Seabright, all after Ronnie Robertson on the feature.
There we are.
So there we go. Last person out, Ben Windsor.
So Mr. Hankey here, opening off of 20 bigs, near 3x sizing, and Michael going to flat the 4s.
10 king 3 flop.
Not the best card board for our hand specifically as Mr. Hankey, but in terms of range, this is going to be very good for us. Going to have the stronger hands on this particular board texture, so going to come in for a continue, and Michael just has to get out the way with the 4s. Can't be continuing in this spot. Yes, some of the times we're ahead of like the ace queen, the ace jack, these type of holdings, but most of the time we're going to be having around 8% equity. Going to need to be finding a set, and Mr. Hankey takes that one.
I think we should give away the I think we should give away the £30 token, seeing as though we got it given back to us. I think we should.
We can wait for another GDPR, or we can.
I think we'll give another one away when another one comes along.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's not my money.
All right.
Might as well give it away.
Give it away, Tower.
Might as well give it away. We got the name. We got Mr. Hankey sat in seat number 5. We had a £30 token, and we got it given back because he doesn't play online. Who gave us the name of? It was Rob Lloyd, who doesn't play online. So the first person to type in the chat box, and obviously it's straight related. Anybody can win the £30 token if you tell me who won the first ever grand final. Go!
Can I play?
No.
Okay. First in the chat box.
Not Sam Trickett. Not Sam Grafton. Mike Ellis! Perry hits. Perry hits. Can we have your real name?
Yep.
Send Jay a tweet or a message, or put your chat, or put your name in the chat. Perry, give us your name and you get a £30 token into your account early stages of next week. Mike Ellis won the first ever grand final, and I always remember the hand because he was short stacked coming into the final table. He got a pair of 9s, the very first hand on the final. He hit a 9 to stay in because he was up against Ace King, and it come Ace King 2, I think it was. He hit a 9, and the rest is history. Well done to Perry. Get yourself a name to that guy right there.
Yeah, Twitter
and
handles
we'll
at the
send
bottom
you
right.
a £30 token.
Just drop me a DM and I'll get it over to PK. And it'll be next week, some point after this event's finished. It will drop into your account.
It will.
John's got an easy one to shove here. Pair on the button, working with sub 15 bigs. In they go. Mr. Hankey's getting out of the way in the small, and Rich here with the King Jack. Like should be really cool in this spot, Tower. But we saw the exact same scenario a couple of orbits ago. Button shove from John, 15 big blinds, and Rich had this exact King Jack combo actually, and folded in the same scenario. But if John's shoving the right range, he's going to have suited kings in there. He's going to have Queen Jack. He's going to have Jack 10, Jack 9 suited. These hands that we still dominate in this situation versus button shove sub 15 bigs, but opting to just take the approach of not getting involved, waiting for a better spot. Fair enough. 112 left, top right corner.
112. Everybody's rooting for a Sunderland winner, apparently.
Yeah, I know it is. I know who Barney Boatman is. Come on, guys, need a Sunderland winner. Channel the Sunderland goal. Need the Sunderland goal. Ace 9 of diamonds for Nicholas.
We can't give away the money. Perry says he's not asked about the token. Do another comp. Who's the second person to say Mike Ellis? Razor Kev. I did only say Ellis, to be fair.
So to be fair, like if someone, what, we could always do another question.
That's true.
Who is Barney Boatman on Twitch? If anyone gets that, I'll give you give you £110 token out of my own pocket.
Trying to give the money away and we can't give it away. Somebody will get it. We'll do another question very shortly. He's done his money on crypto this week. A token won't help. Well, we have an all-in, and it's John Kelly with the ace 10. I don't think he's getting called by Nick.
Oh, John shoving.
Tony Filoni will not be calling.
15 big shove over hijack open tower. I'm not sure here. Like against competent opponents, I might call the ace 9 suited here because they're going to shove all their ace x if we're opening hands. Maybe if Nick's aware of his image that he's not opening as wide as most of the table, might lean more towards fold, just thinking about his own image in his situation. But hands that John's going to shove here. We will have some dominated, suited ace 8 through ace deuce, ace 8, ace 7. Might choose the shove in this situation. The king queens and stuff, yes, we only have 60% against, but there are some hands that we can have in the dominated spot here as Nicholas. It's a tough one for him. I think we'd see him call ace 10, same hand as John already, for sub 15 bigs. Hijack versus cut-off positions in question are important as well in this situation. Doesn't choose to call. Tower spot on with that one. Come on, Sunderland.
Yeah,
I just want someone to come in the chat. Sunderland goal. Bish bash bosh. Make my day.
So the £30 token is going on that question is going to Razor Kev. Razor Kev, you've got yourself the £30 token. We've had a discussion. You were the second person to say Mike Ellis, because we didn't want it for the second time. Razor Kev, you have got the £30 token.
Just drop me a message on Twitter, Kev. You got me on Twitter, just with your Grosvenor alias.
Absolutely. Well done, Kev. We'll do another question a little bit later for another token. Plenty of giveaway. We might as well spend the money.
So Balsey, just going to set Kellett in here, tower. Should be moving all in. Pair here, blind on blind. Quick fold from Rich, 10-7 suited. And Balsey, nice.
For the first time on the live stream, I can say Willy's out. Willy Chan has been eliminated, as well as Usman Sadiq. Oh man. And that leaves us with 100.
100.
100. 100.
And just to let you know, guys, only a 40-minute dinner break if you have just tuned in. So we will be returning at around past, which is a new one. I don't think we've ever been back at 5:30 after the second session of the day.
No. Sunderland have hit the post and the bar.
Oh,
great.
Don't tell me that. Don't need to hear that.
Mr. Hankey's now on display. Tony Filoni with the ladies. Tony Filoni's got the ladies, and he takes the hand with the raise. Aye, the cat. So 211,000 as chip leader is Michael in C1. Ricky Kebabs is watching the match. They've hit the post and they've hit the bar, and he's watching it. Wow. Oh my days. We'll certainly get an update straight away if they do manage a winner in the last 5 minutes. Come on, Sunderland. It's about time you pulled your finger out. The entire world's watching.
Ace-9 for John +2. Probably just going to mark this one tower at this table. Like I think might see like Jack Hardcastle or open this one with his stack from that position, but fan of the fold. And leaves room for Mr. Hankey to come in for an open off of his 23 big blinds. Mr. Hankey raising to 7k. And Michael here 8-5 off. Mr. Hankey sized up a bit this open size, nearer to 3x. Maybe not going to see Michael call for that reason, but still happy to come in for the defend.
Queen 9-5.
So both players catching a piece. Mr. Hankey with top pair and Michael with bottom pair. I expect Mr. Hankey to be continuing this one almost always. Can incorporate some checks back with our top pair. Just going to come out firing. And Michael, who does have bottom pair, not going to be going anywhere. Going to take some turns.
Ace of clubs on the turn.
There shouldn't really be any ace-x here for Michael after he calls flop out the big blind on a rainbow board. The only ace-x we're worried about are ace-9 and ace-5, which turn 2 pairs, so still going to feel fairly confident that we've got the best hand here as Mr. Hankey and comes in for a second street of value. And just a quick fold.
So Mr. Hankey, not Jason Statham, it's Mr. Hankey in C5. What time's the break, Jay?
51. 5 minutes.
51. 5 minutes. I'm not leaving until Sunderland have scored.
I just want to see Ricky in the chat go 2-1.
Yeah.
That's all I'm looking for.
Yes, please.
Make me day.
Yes, please.
Folds to Rich Kellett in the cut-off. Rich playing 17, 18 big set, so no need to shove whatever he's got. Going to come in for open to 5.5. Michael 9-8 of diamonds, happy to make the call in the small, and Jack's getting out of the way with a 5 tray in the big blind.
Heading towards the 40-minute dinner break, which means we'll be back at 5:30 for more of the same.
We don't know what Rich has got, but this pot should just be going his way here. Ace Jack 3 rainbow, just going to have plenty of continues here on this particular board, and the 9-8 of diamonds of Michael can't do anything but let this one go tower.
Let it go. Tony Filoni is off with his 100,000 plus stack, balancing the tables. He is off. Off to balance the tables. 2 or 3 minutes left of this session, and then there will be a 40-minute break. Means we'll be back at 5:30 to do it all again.
Richard in 6 with the ace king, opening to 6.5. Bruce here in the cut-off makes a very good lay down with the king queen. And Michael with the ace queen, and this is going to be getting in, and Michael's going to, wow, he's he's clicked it back with the free bet to 12.5k, but I can't see him folding this for 17 bigs. Ace queen, it's just unfortunate that we've run into it. Well, if he folds it, so it'll be some fold. Like if he just free bets normal size in here to get it in versus Michael, he's just always going to call off, but he's actually giving himself some wiggle room to fold now, opting for this tiny free bet sizing with the ace queen.
So we restart in our one-day event. Players, please take your seats. That's the 1 remaining on your break.
Really thinking about folding this one. Fair play to him if he gets out of the way. If he does act in the next 20 seconds, we're going to get one more hand in. If he doesn't, we're going to be on that. I think
he's doing that
40-minute break. I think well, with this, it looks like a legitimate decision here, Tower, but yeah. I can't see how he's going to fold for 17 bigs, ace queen here. Especially with his stack, it's not the end of the world if we do happen to be up against it.
Attention players and dealers in the grand final, after hand in progress during a 40-minute break. That's a 40-minute extra in the break. All players in the grand final.
So everybody else is leaving the room as Michael has a decision.
Players and dealers in the 400, you play to them 200, 400, the 400.
And he gets out of the way. Bit of a sweat for the ace king, but that is now it. We're losing Mr. Hankey on the feature. He's not coming back, but we will have a new table. Who we got?
Yeah.
A couple of teasers, son.
So in 40 minutes time, Drayton Haxiach, 2 times GUKPT winner, Kenny Hollart, November 9er from about 5-6 years ago, Mario Serrano, JP Kelly on there as well. So a nice little table for you guys when we return in 40 minutes. We will see you then, and it's going to be a good, should get in the money in maybe level 16, level 17.
Get in the money.
No chance level 18.
Get in the money in 60 minutes, 60 seconds no if Sunderland score.
Yeah, if Sunderland score.
Or else you're on the call list for Christmas. We will see you back in 40 minutes at 5:30. See you then.
1,000 runners. They've got to be feels like an EPT, haven't they?
Yeah, but exactly the same. If not. Yeah, they're really, really tough. Like the Millions tour in the last year or two has just got stupid tough. I'm not really, I don't really have much desire to play them because I remember every time that I look at the sort of chip counts for them, like of the top 40 players, I know 35 of them, and it means that you're in for a tough time.
Yeah. 35th, 20,000. But it's what can you remember the exit? Was it annoying?
I just ended up losing a flip. I lost a pretty big pot with ace queen against Sam Grafton's ace king, and then I just ended up losing a big coin flip against some Swedish guy after that, and that was it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, back in the winter, you went back to Australia for the summer and played some live poker out there, cashing 6 times for just over 28,000. What's the poker like in Australia? What's the recreational stuff like?
Oh, it's brilliant. I really like it there. I think we're a little bit more advanced than them poker wise. And yeah, the Aussie Millions in particular is just an amazing, you'll not hear a bad word about that festival from anyone who goes there. It's everyone's favourite stop. Obviously, being the height of summer and stuff when it's cold and wet in England is appealing as well.
Well, not only Australia, but 2019 in the January, you went to South Korea and they've they've took you to their hearts because you've got a nickname out there. What was it?
Mr. Champion.
It's the you had 2 firsts and 2 thirds in 3 days.
Yeah, it was that was just absolutely insane. I got there. So basically, what the deal was, I was living in Australia for 6 months that winter, from October time until March. So if you've got tourist visa, you have to leave after 3 months, but you can just leave and come back in. So I was thinking, oh, I'm going to have to leave. What should I do? I could go to Tokyo in Japan for a few days, or I could go to Bali for a few days. I thought, well, I'll have a look on the Hendon Mob, actually, see if there's any tournaments. So I went on the Hendon Mob, and it's the Japanese High Roller Series in South Korea. So, yeah, about 30 minutes later, my flights were booked, and I was off. And, yeah, I got there for the first night, and I was planning to play the Super High Roller, and it didn't actually start. So I jumped in a bounty tournament, and this bounty tournament was bizarre. I think it was about a 1,300 buy-in, where only 300 went to the prize pool, and 1,000 was the bounty. So it's just absolutely, it was completely unheard of. I'd never seen anything like this on all the websites that I played on online. But yeah, it was absolutely crazy. So like there was a hand early on where like someone who I only had slightly covered moved all in, and I did the maths, and like I just had to go with it with pocket 3s. He ended up having pocket 8s, so I hit a 3, and then I just had all the chips then, and just bounty, and I ended up winning that tournament. I think it was like 12,000 or something, including the bounties. And by this time, the Super High Roller had started. So there was 1 level left of the day, though. So I jumped in the Super High Roller to play the last level of the day, and then we bagged up, and then come back the next day for day 2 of the Super High Roller. Ended up coming 3rd in that one. That was good for about 25,000 or 20,000 or something. And then the next event that I played was another bounty tournament, and I ended up winning that. And then all the staff were going crazy at this point. They were like, "Mr. Champion, Mr. Champion." And then yeah, the next day after that, I played another event and came 3rd in that. So it was just a remarkable heater. It was a good few days over there, and yeah, I really liked it over there. Actually, I went to the Incheon, was the local city, and it was a bit like going into the future. It's a cool place to visit.
Australia, South Korea, and then straight back to the UK with a bang. Finally in the GUKPT in Manchester and finishing 2nd to Ben Marageds. You chopped the tournament for 70,000. I think that was an exactly straight chop, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think what we did was, yeah, we just did an ICM chop for the money. It was pretty much the same, and then we just did an all-in flip for the trophy. And yeah, so I basically had a 50-50 chance of being a GUKPT champion for the first time after all those close things. And I think I had ace-4 and he had 6-5, and it just came brick 6 on the turn. So it still evades me.
Well, the trophy cabinet will eventually get full, I'm sure. Don't flip for the next one. When you get heads up, just take a little bit of time trying to win that trophy.
Yeah.
But in July, the World Series, the 1500 PLO, your chip leader when we go to Vegas. You're 60 left, but unfortunately, you finished 52nd. We were reading the updates, and it sounded like you were just bashing everybody up, especially Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, Negreanu. It was a really funny one, that, because I'd say PLO tournament's my strongest game. And yeah, like I ended up making a couple of plays against Negreanu, and he was like, wow. And yeah, I had Connor Drynan on my right as well. He's a really, really good player. And yeah, I ended up making this fold with Ace King King Jack in a hand in a spot where you're not really meant to fold, and Negreanu turns over the aces, and he was like, "Wow!" And he had his vlog out and everything. And yeah, that was maybe the best single day of live poker I've ever played, actually. And then the day two, I was, as you say, I was chip leader with 60 left, and in a really commanding position, but I just got in two ridiculous hands and that's tournament poker, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I don't expect it to be frittered away, that is for sure.
No.
MPNPT, the high roller win in July 2019. You went down to London. You won it for 21,000. That's a trophy.
Yeah.
The MPNPTs, obviously, there's a lot more online players playing the live tournaments. Did that suit you?
I mean, it's interesting because London and high rollers usually is not good. Like high rollers in London are really bad sometimes, but this one was great. I think with it being 1K buy-in rather than a 2K buy-in, I think that helps as well. And it was at Aspers rather than being at Central London and stuff. There's loads of different factors, and some people might not have been back from Vegas yet. I'd actually just got back. I'd flown to London and I was playing it. But yeah, it was. That tournament went amazingly for me, and the guy who I was playing heads up with, he actually had about a 5 or 6 to 1 lead at the start of heads up, and he'd had all the chips on the final, and he'd just been putting me. He's a really good player. He's called Zagazor, a Portuguese guy, and I think he won the Millions in the Caribbean for like $1.5 million. So he was just putting me under it on the final, and I was really made up to get heads up, and he had a 5 to 1 lead on me, but yeah, I managed to turn it on its head and got a trophy for the first time in a while.
And did you also get a bottle of vodka?
Yeah, got a few bottles of vodka actually.
What was the reason for? Did you actually get a bottle of vodka for winning it?
No, I think I got. I think
or was that the celebrations?
No, they couldn't give that vodka away. It seemed at the time they were giving me tickets, and you were scratching them. It was saying you won 2 vodka, and then they were giving me 2 vodkas. I ended up just palming it off on a load of different people, to be honest.
Straight after London, we got the Goliath in 2019. 9,300 runners.
Yeah.
We finished 109th, and it's not about the money. It was just the £890, but it's the buzz of the Goliath. You played all around the world, but what does it feel? What does it for you as a professional poker player and have played in every country you can think of?
Well,
what's it like playing the Goliath?
Two very interesting things about the Goliath. Like the Goliath's amazing. It is actually amazing to see. And I think for a lot of my friends and people that I've met through the years who have a lot of other things going on in their lives, and they're very busy with work and stuff, and that they will always make time for the Goliath, and they're really passionate about it. So if they've got a bit of a hectic schedule, and they play slightly lower stakes and they can't afford all these hotels for the biggest one, Goliath is one that is in everybody's calendar, and the excitement that it brings and the buzz of the place is brilliant. But it's interesting that in all of the time that all of the years and years that I've been playing poker, at the Goliath last year, I noticed that people were starting to get a little bit scared of me. Like it was weird because I was number one in the National League at the time, and people were probably aware of that. But it was really weird because in times gone by, people would always be very sort of want to fight with me in like blind on blind situations. But just every time I was in the big blind, it was like walk. And the first time I ever noticed that in like 10 years of playing poker, that in the Goliath last year, it was crazy how it was just really weird how people just started not wanting to get in confrontations with me. And then yeah, as you say, out of 10,000 runners, when there was about 80 left or something. I'd been sort of keeping track of him through the week, but David Hay, I got moved to his table anyway. Like a lot of people would have been like, "Yeah, David, how you doing, mate?" But when I sat down, he was like, "Oh, hello, Richard. I've heard a lot about you." That was really funny. I think yeah, he turned around to me and he went, "Hello, Richard. I've heard to keep an eye on you. I've heard you're really." So I think that it was when we just got back, he'd just been on a break, and Katie Swift and Jeff and Joe, his coaches, had worded him up, sort of thing.
What do you think about his performance? He finished 40th out of the 9,300. Obviously, the TV crew were there as well.
I mean, it really, really was a fairy tale. It's remarkable. It's like if you were to replay that scenario like over and over again, you're talking like you could do that for the next 100 years and you would not go that deep. It was sort of one of those freak lucky. Like I absolutely loved it. The deeper and deeper that he went, and when he was chip leader or something with that 100 left, it's just absolutely. It was like the stars were aligning, wasn't it? I mean, and that was just for me. So for you guys who'd bought into it for a bit longer and things like that, you must have been really, really excited the deeper he went.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the final 5 hands of just before hitting the final day was as good as what anybody could have expected.
Oh yeah, it was incredible. Like when he just started winning those big hands and stuff, and he just gathered the momentum. And I played a couple of hands against him, and yeah, it was tough. I raised under the gun in one and with ace 10 and he re-raised and it was just like I just didn't know what to do. I felt like he was very, very difficult to play against, to be honest. So maybe
September after the Goliath, September 2019, your third final table of the year was GUKPT Leeds. You chopped it 6 ways where you took home 20,000. What was the deal? What was the deal like done? Yeah, you didn't want to continue playing for nothing. Everyone put the money back in the pot and sit and go for the title.
It was a real odd one, actually. Yeah, Mike, one of the other players left, who had the big chip lead. Me and him were good friends, and we'd both made the mini main final earlier in the week, actually.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, when we got 6-handed, it all sort of got really, really cagey. And Mike had a slight chip lead, but no one really else. And the next place out was perhaps, must have been about 8,000 or something. And then the first place would have been like 40,000 or something. So it was really, really cagey. And I didn't have the best seat position. I wasn't feeling too great about the situation, to be honest. And yeah, we just ended up getting brought out. Let's discuss a deal basically where everybody takes their ICM number now, and then everyone chucks, I think, £1,200 each. Oh no, £200 each. No, it was only £200 each back in, and you play for £1,200 and the trophy. So yeah, I think everyone was pretty happy with the deal. It was one of those situations where next out was pretty bad considering how even everyone was to being first.
Yeah, Brett Angel eventually going on to win it. It was
so this was maybe I maybe got even closer this time. I was playing heads up. I was playing heads up cards for the title this time, not just a flip. It was in my own destiny. And then yeah, second place again.
We move on to another third, but this time one of the favourite places to play, GUKPT Blackpool. 365 entries. You finished third, as we've just said. Another 40,000 in the coffers. Did this one seem more winnable?
Yeah, for sure. I remember standing up and looking around the room towards the end of day 2, and I thought, yeah, really want this one. I think this is winnable. And then, yeah, I think me and Terry Jordan and somebody else bagged 1 million ish chips at the end of the day. So like coming back for day 3, I was really, really confident. I had a good table draw start of day 3 as well. But what it was actually the Remembrance Day, sort of parade on the pier.
Oh yeah.
Up north. So me just like looking around at the Remembrance Day parade, and sort of getting into it, watching what was going on, all of that stuff. But then it's interesting. It's like when you're in Vegas, you look down the strip and you think, oh well, it's just down there, isn't it? So I'm looking down at the casino so I'm further up than Central Pier and North Pier. I'm in between the two. I'm looking down and thinking, well, yeah, that's just a 10-minute walk, isn't it? So it gets to about 10 to 12, and then I set off walking, and I'm just thinking to myself, whoa, I'm not really getting very close there. And I had a big case on me as well, so it was horrible. I ended up running about 2 miles with this huge case on me, and I wasn't very fit at the time either. And if you ever watch the footage on YouTube, when I walk in about 8 minutes late, I'm panting and I'm all red and I'm ripping all my hoodies off. Oh, it was not good. But then yeah, I had a good start to the day. I think that when we went onto the final table, I had a really good player on my left who also had chips, Matt Erdley, and that really hampered my chances of winning that tournament. I thought I navigated the final table pretty well, but him just having a position on me was very, very difficult, because he was just able to put a lot of ICM leverage on me, and yeah, that was always going to be a tough one to win. But yeah, I was happy.
Always remember you coming into the casino. You just look like you've done a week out with Bear Grylls.
Honestly, it was bad. It's yeah, but it's my own fault. I won't do that again.
But 2019, as we've just seen, it was an amazing year. A record 4 GUKPT main event final tables. 6 25-25 series final tables back to back.
Yeah,
three deep stack finals, 5 GUKPT PLO cashes from the 5 that you played. Rich, there's no wonder you ended up as Grosvenor 2019 Player of the Year.
No, it was from the get-go. It just snowballed. It was just an incredible heater. What more can I say? I don't know. People have been asking me a lot recently about how I did go deep in so many, and it's sort of the only answer that I can give really is my game's sort of designed to play against. So I obviously my main background is playing online tournaments, so I'm sort of well equipped to deal with like the young kids and the GTO, and I know how to counter them. But it's the 10 years experience of looking the local players in the eyes in the casino and knowing what makes them tick, and it just allows you to have 3 or 4 extra lives in some spots, because there's hands where I'll just know one of the older guys I just know he's absolutely got it, and I'll be able to sort of get away from this spot where I should never get away, whereas these young kids will just walk into the casino, they'll play a hand and they think, oh, it's standard to get it in here. And yeah, it just allowed me to have 3 or 4 more lives in a lot of those tournaments last year. It was sort of crazy how I was getting away from some of the spots, really.
Was it true that when you played the online leg?
Yeah.
You was chip leader in every time you went through?
Not in every one, but I was doing really, really well in the online legs. It was becoming a bit of a running joke how well I was running.
It's not bad when people recognise that Rich Kelly's got chips. Yeah, he played day 1 online. That's all he's done.
Yeah, and that was great for me as well, not having to go to go around and play. I think the online day ones being introduced was a brilliant idea.
Well, we carried it on straight to 2020. You went. Was you back in Australia for the winter?
I wasn't actually back in. I usually go every winter, and I live with my friend over there, and we play for a cricket club over there, and I've got lots of friends over there at the cricket club. So I usually go over there for a few months, but this time I ended up losing my passport around November time, and it was an awful process then, because I've lost so many over the years. They were interviewing me like, and I wasn't sure if I was going to get one, but yeah, I managed to get one, and I flew over there on Boxing Day, spent some time with my friends over New Year, and then I went to and then I was in Melbourne for the Aussie Millions. The side events. The $96,000 first place, 403 runners. Was that including bounties, or was that excluding? It was $141,000 including bounties. So yeah, I think I got $139,000 as the main prize and 2,000 in bounties. Yeah, and I was heads up against like an Aussie poker legend called the Crocodile Man.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had everybody. Like I had a few friends who I obviously living in Australia every winter. I know quite a few Aussies and stuff, and they'd come over and say like, good luck, and I had a few English friends over, but like his support was just unbelievable in the heads up, and we played heads up for 5 or 6 hours. So he'd have like Shane Warne coming over, like, come on Crocky, and Joe Hasham would come over and be like, come on Crocky. But yeah, I managed to, he started the heads up with about 3-1 chip lead, and I managed to again grind it back and won my first, well, I'd say probably my most significant poker win and my Aussie Millions ring, yeah.
And then 2020 stopped, and we went in lockdown, and we grew a beard, and you know, how strange has it been for you?
The first couple of months were well, I don't know. I think that even it's like lots of my friends and things, when they were all locked in the house, they started doing Zoom calls with their friends, and they were like, oh, we're having a poker game. So like poker became massive, and I'd say 50% of my friends who had never played poker had started playing at this point, or playing at home with their friends and online and things. For the first 2 months, I was absolutely loving it. I was playing all the time. The games were brilliant. I was like, yeah, lockdown. And like people were getting really negative about it, but I was kind of embracing it. And yeah, the first ever GUKPT was played online, and I ended up going into I was chip leader on the final table of that one. Would you believe? And I ended up busting out in fourth. And got £9,000. I ran a huge bluff with 6 left that I would never try again, I don't think. But, and then yeah, so for the first 2 months, I was putting in absolutely insane volume, and I was playing probably on average 12-13 hours a day. But then I was struggling to sleep, because when you play so much online, 10, 12, 13 hours a day, your brain's so active, battling against the best players in the world. So your brain's so active. So when I was finishing my sessions, my brain's whizzing, and I couldn't sleep very well. I was struggling to switch off. So yeah, in the last 6 weeks or something, I've not played as much. I'm just playing a little bit of cash games here and there, and then in a week or two, the World Series of Poker Online starts. So I'm sort of just doing a bit of studying and getting ready for that, really.
Nice one. We're going to just about to finish, but we've got some quick fire questions. You can answer them as quickly as you want to, or you can elongate them if you need to.
Okay.
Live or online? What's your best?
Ooh, well, people would always think for me live, but I would say that primarily I'm an online poker player.
Best player you've played against?
Best player I've played against. I've got to say Doyle Brunson.
We've seen you've had a royal flush on our feature tables. How many rolls have you had in your career?
Right, so I would say about between 25 and 30. But I remember having, when I was playing in Australia, when I was grinding those leaderboards, I had 3 in 1 week, and it was crazy. To get 3 in 1 week's mental, because he won in 221,000 or something to get one, I think.
Money or the title?
I would always have in the past said money, but I quite liked my Australia Aussie Millions ring when it was. I don't know. Maybe it's because I won it there though. I'd say in the main money though.
And who's your nemesis at the poker table?
My nemesis at the table. Wow.
Yes.
Nemesis at the table.
There can't be one. You've been so good.
I'm trying to think of my nemesis at the table. We'll say Steve Warburton, because me and him were always like sort of rivals in the Manchester area coming up. So yeah, and he used to have my number as well. He was like Simon Dedman. He used to be able to look me up and down and just know when I was bluffing and when I had it.
Favorite place to play?
It's got to be Melbourne, Australia, at the Crown Casino.
Rich, what's next?
Well, I don't know. I've started. I'm still passionate about poker, but maybe not as passionate as I was last year. Like I was really going at it hammer and tongs last year. Yeah, I do a little bit of trading and things in the day now, so I definitely want to branch out into doing different things. But yeah, I'm still passionate about poker, and will still, in the meantime, continue to travel and play all these tournaments when we're allowed to play again. But yeah, I've started doing a little bit of coaching. It wasn't something that I agreed with really ethically in the past, because I was sort of the opinion, why would you want to make your opponents any better? Like, that's not going to be good for you. But with all the free information out there on YouTube and all these coaching sites now, and even Poker News now, the strategy articles are very advanced. I felt that maybe it wouldn't be so bad to do a bit. So yeah, I've always sort of helped my friends. Like there's a lot of my friends who have helped improve a lot in poker. So yeah, I'm going to be doing a bit more of that. It sort of helps put a bit of structure in my day as well, planning my sessions and then delivering them. So, but yeah, there's I mean, with all the study and traveling and everything else, it's a busy enough schedule anyway.
And finally, would you do anything differently?
I'd probably employ better bankroll management, but I mean, at the time, I always think at any decision that I've ever made, I thought it was the right thing to do at the time. It may not have been on further reflection, but
yeah,
no, I'm pretty happy that I'm certainly happy with how I've managed to do it in the last couple of years, in the last 2 or 3 years for sure.
Mr. Champion, Rich Kellett, thank you very much for spending an hour with the tower. Rich, thanks.
Okay. See you later.
Welcome to another hour with the tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays a circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over $1 million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kellett.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, do look a bit like Zach. Yeah,
you know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kellett has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh, wow.
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that what you deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club, and yeah, it just went from there really. Me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire.
Nice.
And we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall where they play the darts. Now we used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they have the darts finals now every January. And yeah, we sort of got to the stage. I was number 4 board for the number 11 the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister I think was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire, so we were pretty good. And then obviously we were coming home.
Oh no, don't tell me you're shy.
I am.
Don't tell me you're shy.
I'm a bit shy about this kind of thing.
Tell the world who you are.
Craig Dawson
from Bolton.
Yeah.
From Bolton. A couple of years ago, you might have known Craig for driving home in Leeds to play the final day of Leeds, because he didn't want to get a hotel. Whether he didn't want to get a hotel or he couldn't get a hotel, it makes no difference to the story, because not only is he late, we're all in the money by this time. We get to the final table. Craig Dawson's still not in the building. He's stuck on the M62. There's been a crash. The road's closed. He can't get to Leeds. He's sat there. Not only is he sat there, ladder, and we eventually finish.
I think it was six. Fifth or sixth.
Played 2 hands, got eliminated, drove back down the M62. That's not the reason we got him in though, because earlier this week we then see him in the National Poker League playoff last weekend that we saw last Saturday. Yeah. We get down to 2 big blinds.
Yeah.
You get Ace King.
I did.
You weren't at the table. There was a massive ruling that we didn't understand at the time.
Yeah.
You're there. You get the ruling that you've gone to see over there because we're like on the bubble for the packages for the 5K. All right, you've locked up at 12.50, but the 5K packages is the most important thing.
Yeah.
We then get the ruling that we have to fold the Ace King.
That's right.
We fold the Ace King. On that time, the button's only 2 spots away from you, so by that time, with your 2 big blinds, you'll be automatically all in.
Yeah.
We then get an all in with somebody on the other table, Rob Hallworth, who's up against 7 Deuce. 7 Deuce can't win the hand.
Yeah.
Oh yes, it can. We get a seat. We get a package. We get a £5,000 package.
I did, yeah.
So it's all going well so far.
Yeah.
So we've landed up in Leeds.
Yeah.
We've got 2 big blinds and we get a 5K package.
Yes.
Right. We then play an online event. We play an online satellite
For this event today.
for this event today, and because you won a seat,
Yeah.
you got yourself a Last Longer. He got the badge. He got the Last Longer badge for winning a seat into this event via online. He got himself a Last Longer badge. How many people have still got a Last Longer badge on them? Nobody. Last Longer in the event as well to get a 1250 seat for next year. This guy runs good.
Running good. Running good. Running good.
You've played the tour for years. We've seen you for years. You
Yeah.
love the game, don't you?
I love the game. Trying to get better.
Okay, we've just run through what you've just done for the last 2 years.
I'll do it, yeah. I'm not doing so bad. I'm not doing so bad.
Absolutely.
I'm enjoying myself.
You love the tour. We'll not keep you for long because apparently
Yeah.
you're camera shy. And
I am.
and in a shirt like that, I'm not surprised. But
Cheers, Sarah.
Craig, you're an
Thanks a lot.
absolute superstar. But we loved the 5K package last week.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Well, I'll be using it throughout the year.
Keep coming to the tour. Keep coming on this. Can I just quickly one last word before you do go?
Yep.
We've hit 1 million for the first time ever.
Absolutely brilliant. I could not believe it. I mean, well, there's no better tournament, is there? There's no better tournament. And if the satellite's available as well, anybody can get in.
He has proved it. He has proved
Go
it.
for the Grosvenor online.
He has proved we can do it, and he's proved it. Is your another £1,250 ticket for next? Are we using it for leg one? Or are we going to think about it?
The next, what's the next main event now? Is
It will be a 1250 here in January.
Yes, I'll be back for that one. Yep. Yep.
Excellent. Craig, go and enjoy your drink at the bar, young man. You're an absolute star.
Thanks a lot.
Watches the stream as well.
I'll let the experts take the seat.
Absolutely. Craig Dawson from Bolton, not only he's an absolute superstar. Thank you, Craig. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. Let me tell you that is great to see. He's just won the Last Longer for winning an online ticket, and we just ran through Leeds what he did there. The two big blinds in the NPL, and he's got himself a £1,250 main event seat for next year, being the Last Longer. Everybody's out now, unfortunately, because that was his first chat after being eliminated. So I don't think he's on the feature. I'm hoping he's not on the feature because that'll be a little bit of a spoiler. But he has just, as he said in his own inimitable words, I've just dusted off 100k.
Oh, okay.
So you can imagine what's just happened. But that is so good, and this poker just ceases to amaze me. It's brilliant for everybody. Get involved. Craig Dawson. We have a laugh and joke with him in the chat box. We have a laugh and joke with him when he's on the final table and he's not even in the building. When he's stuck on the M62, we have a laugh with the man that was Craig Dawson. That was fabulous. So well done, Craig. Over to the table, Jay. Who have we got?
Yeah, lovely little table coming up. Third session of the day in 1, Dryson Haxihatch in 2, Richard Ashby in 3, Kenny Hullert, 4, Mario Serrano, 6, JP Kelly, 7, AJ Kajirawal, 8, Julian Terrason, and 9 is Ed Roger.
Absolutely. We have got an absolutely bonza of a table. We're just about to start again. We're just about to enter level number 15 of the comp, and just before we do start, no, Chun Man, there's a need to be there. No, it's not been updated at the moment. We'll get some more. We'll get a refresh of the chip counts because.
Do you know what? If he wins and you start singing that in the winners interview,
there is no way I would walk up to Chun and start singing Chun Man. There's no need to be down. I said Chun Man. No, there wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. Honest, I wouldn't do that. I would never do that. We'll get an update on as many people as you want. Conor O'Driscoll will get an update for you as well. And Mr. Haller is on the feature table right now. What year was the November 9?
I'll find out. It was, I think it might have been the year Joe McKeon won. I'm not sure on that. I'll get some clarification.
2015, 2016?
Around then, yeah. I think it's 5-6 years ago Kenny was on the...
Just shows the calibre of players playing a GUKPT Grand Final.
Yes, all players in the Grand Final know we are handed
Best way to do it. It's got so many cashes. 2016, yeah.
So 2016.
No, it was the year Wing won.
Oh, Win won it.
I remember that final table. Cliff Josephy, Veo. I remember watching that one. Benja was on it. It was the year of Andy Chipshop and Will both ran deep. The UK too. That was the year of it.
1.4 million. Very nice indeed. That was a short shift for the dealer. He only spread the deck. Yet again, chuffed is on the table. Richard Ashby got millions and millions in online earnings. One of the best Omar players in the entire world. Teddy Sheringham is not in the comp, unfortunately. Katie is still in. We'll get you an updated chip count very, very shortly. So we'll quickly run through a few chip counts.
Here we go.
Jay will run through a few chip counts.
I will run through the top 15.
Top 15. Can you take it steady, please? Just for my ears, not theirs.
Chip leader.
Yes, please.
Someone called Midi.
Oh, is he really?
Tom Middleton, 360k. Chun Man, 310k. Stop it. Stop that Chun Man all the time. Yanis Karklins, 285k. There we go. PK's chucked them up for us. Paul Trotter's up there as well.
Jesse Wigan.
Connor O'Driscoll. George Robinson, who final tabled our 1k.
I went driving through. I was playing golf near Wigan. And I went in and I needed something for the house. And I pulled up beside and I drove. I got my cold clothes back. Drove up, pulled up beside the road. I said, "Excuse me, can you tell me, is there a B&Q in Wigan?" He says, "No, it's spelled W-I-G-A-N."
I'm glad we've only got 2 days left of this. I've been putting up with these jokes for the last 16 days, every day.
Connor O'Driscoll's there, look. There he is, 220,000. Anyway, back to the game.
Back to the game. I think for the viewers' sake, I'm hoping Chun doesn't get on the feature table today.
So there we go.
Final table of the MIDI, George. Sorry, weren't the 1k, it was the MIDI.
Well, we've been here that long. And the structure's got web. It's got webs on it. Hey dear. So let's do it all again. This is level number 15 and 16.
So Mario here, coming in for a donk after the open from Ed, after flopping top pair here. Surprised to see this from him. Should be checking this one over to Ed here on the ace high board. It's a board that he's going to represent a lot of the times. He still has the better ace X, the ace queen, the ace king, but opted to check the turn after the lead on the flop. Remember, the 10 of clubs on the end, so the ace jack get the check mark in this hand. And now is Mario going to come in for some value? It looks like he is. Fires for 6.5, tiny little bet from him. And Ed just calls it off with the kings. He hates it, but for that price, makes the call. .98 players remain, 39 off the money. Your treble hit the wire, didn't it, Tower?
Oh,
I was
four-timer hit the wire.
Oh no, and the four, I was rooting for it so bad.
The four-timer hit the wire. 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 1-1. 1-0, 1-0, 1-0, 1-1. That was unlucky. We nearly had early Christmas presents and everything.
So Dryton King Jack here, working with 18 bigs. Could fold this one tower potentially. Opts to just rip for 18 big blinds with the King Jack. And AJ got an easy fold with the freeze. Just asking for a count for clarification, but once he sees the shoves for 18 bigs, free should be straight into the muck. Actually dwelling this one up. Really? Is AJ stack right tower?
I don't think it is.
Yeah,
it is 122. Yeah, because he's got the reds underneath.
Oh, okay. I thought he might be short. I thought less than 18 bigs. That might be why he would have been tanking. But this is.
It might. Is it 122?
And just folds the freeze, but snap fold that in the situation. Just fares against an 18 big blind +2 shove range. It's never good to be calling off with a threes. Afternoon, Chelsea fam.
What's the Klassiker?
That's the Dortmund Bayern, ain't it? El Clasico, but like the German version.
Oh, right, okay. Best player in the world. Okay. I don't know who that'd be.
Lewandowski, obviously, it's got to be, isn't it? Stats speak for themselves. I think it's unfair in the Messi, Ronaldo era. Like these players, like just don't get the limelight they do when they got stats just as good over the last 3 years. But
yeah.
To the action, Richard opening ace-9, called in 2 spots, queen 8-6 rainbow. So Julian flopping best here with the queen jack, and Julian fairly short here. Checking this one over to Rich, who decides to check behind. And 3 of spades on the turn, and now you expect the queen jack of Julian to start trying to get some value from his hand. I don't want to see him shove here, tower. Like, okay, he's going to shove for 31k. It's like 1.5x pot here, just under. Like, we want to be able to get called by some hands. Like, even 8x here will make the fold versus this particular size. It's obviously denying equity to if there's any overcards out there. But potentially could have just come in for a bet and shoved most rivers. Happy to take it down there, fair enough.
Dennis says, did you watch any of the World Series main event?
Yes, I watched the whole final table, lots of day 6 and 7, and there was an early day I watched as well. But yeah, I watched most of it, Dennis. And how we doing, Logs? Says, well done on the record, Prizepool, amazing stuff.
Nice one, Logs. Good afternoon. Hope you're well. So 98 down to 59 is the next target. Do you set targets, break by break maybe, or just literally sit there and play exactly how you should?
Sit there and play. Play my stack effective to how it is. Good evening, Leeson on Twitch.
Queen 9 for Julien. 5-8 king.
There's not much for either player here, but Julien has the razor pre-flop. Should be continuing this board. What I will say about Julien, his sizing's way too small pre-flop here. When you're raising small blind into big blind, you want to be at least 3x, like 3.5x. You can even go 4x in some situations with certain hands, but once you go 2x or just over 2x, like Ed will call pretty much all range with position, getting that price because he's going to have position heads up post flop, blind on blind. Still takes it down for c-bet there, but wants to be sizing up small blind versus big when you do raise out the small. Don't want to be making it 2x, like 3x at the bare minimum, and even sometimes that's too small, closer to 3.5. What I'd recommend. Like,
Dennis said it was strange that they never changed the feature table all day. We filmed the World Series of Poker Europe for 4 years while it was on down at the Empire.
yeah, I remember you saying.
And one of the years, I think it was the year that Daniel Negreanu came second, they had a feature table on the stage,
Yep.
run by ESPN when it got to the final. And they had a second-rate feature table with the lights and the cameras, no hole cards, but they had the lights and the cameras because this was before hole cards, obviously. And Daniel Negreanu finished second, and for every single hand of the tournament, he was on a feature table, either that table or the main table.
Wow.
Every single hand during the entire competition, and he finished second. He was on the feature table.
Massive shit. Was it?
When it came
Was it broadcasted after though? Did they only get to see
Yeah.
the whole card action when it was
Yeah.
broadcast? Okay, it's not so bad. I was going to say it'd be at a massive disadvantage if it was like the live stream here where you can get.
Yeah, there were no live streams at the time. But yeah, every single hand when he came second, he was on a feature table, and there was only 2 of them.
Kenny may incorporate some checks on this board with aces versus big blind calling range. However, Drayton's stack size may make us lean more towards bet and just go bet, get it in against some hands on the turn. With Drayton flopping bottom pair gut shot here, and Kenny choosing to go just over half, 9k into 17.5. And Drayton bottom pair gut shot with the 9-7 will be continuing here, Tower, but just whether it's in the form. It looks like I thought he was going to fold there. Be surprised if Drayton gets out of the way here. Going to be calling at the very least.
He does call. There's a 10 on the turn.
So Kenny will be aware that Drayton will have some 10x in this situation. We'll be calling all his 10x facing the continuation bet from us, and out the big blind we'll have plenty in that. But then he will also have some 7x, some Jack X, some hands like Queen 9. And now Kenny just sets him in for 50k, and Drayton gets out of the way with the 9-7.
Chris Foro on YouTube. You guys should be the British commentators at the World Series. They only have to ring us. All they have to do is contact us. Contact us there, look. Is this comp the first of the 2022 NPL? The whole series is, the whole festival when it started 15 days ago is part of the NPL. Every single event you get National Poker League points. Be interesting to know how many points this one will get. for the winner. I'm guessing they'll be top of the league.
Wages Day says Kenny is a GTO wizard. Will be interesting to see how he plays. Read a blog of his where he played toy GTO games for a whole week with Fedor and the Germans.
Ace 310 on the flop. All clubs. Redraw to the nuts for Mario.
Yeah, Mario's got a nice one, but doesn't choose to continue. We are 4-way, less likely it's going to get through. However, our hand does have heaps of equity here with a nut flush draw and Broadway draw. And maybe might see him come in for delayed continue here, and that is what we're going to see. $6K into 15.
How many played the G400? Let's have a butchers. Just 101.
And counting.
101 in the G4.
Is that still what Reg Open?
End of level 8. I don't think it has. We're down to 43.
Okay, probably
for 101.
Not. Yeah, probably not.
11 prizes.
So now we are opening the Ace 4 of Hearts, raises to 6K. And Kenny, happy to defend the King 4, not phased by the UTG Open. A lovely little flop for Mario.
The nut flush draw, Jack 3-6, 2 hearts.
And chooses to snap check this one behind. 3 of spades on the turn. So his ace high is still good, but still with a nut flush draw here, and action on Kenny, who's going to check once more. Now Mario opting for delay continue once more, and just a quick fold from Kenny.
Christy on Twitter says, hi guys, please could you explain how you get points in the league and how the points are accumulated? What will be the min points required for the playoffs? And what points were won this year? Any information? Thank you very much. Points are accumulated regarding the buying the number of runners of any NPL events, either online or live. So the bigger the buying, the bigger the runners, you'll get more points for the National Poker League. 80th last year was something like about 370 points, wasn't it? I do round about that, Christy, about 370 points. But you can always check the league next year when it starts getting updated on a regular basis. It's on grosvenorcasino.com, the National Poker League points and the league, the full league. So even if you've only played one event, you'll be on there somewhere.
6s for Julian, off of 21 bigs. Should be opening this one. Raises to 6.5. Wow, rich here. Hills the 4 high. on the button versus 20 big blind stack. Maybe just wants to get involved. Surprised to see this from Rich actually, Tower, that he's made the call with this particular holding. Yeah, it is a suited connector, we are on the button, but one of the worst suited connectors we're going to be dealt. So 10-8-5, 2 club board, and Mario seen him donk into the aggressor once already. He's going to do the same in this hand on the 10-8-5 2 club board. No, I don't think Jack did play this event, Dennis. He played the MPL playoff last weekend, but didn't come down to play the 2K. And Rich with the Queen Jack of Spades, raising to 6.5, and Kenny on the button, free betting to 20. 3x free bet from Kenny. And Richard here, Queen Jack suited. Very nice hand, great playability. His cut on first is button dynamic. Be very surprised if he let this one go.
Richard Ashby in seat 2. Chuffed it to a lot of players.
Genuinely probably thinking about folding this one, Tower. Obviously it would be a great fold in this particular situation against Ace King, but against Ace Queen, but Kenny can have a whole host here, I'm presuming, facing cut off open. And Queen Jack suited, just such great playability. Really nice hand. You're going to make lots of flops, and just finds the fold with the Queen Jack of Spades. Interesting. Might have something to do with stack size. It's the only thing I can think. 36 bigs I make it for Rich. Yeah, 36 big blinds. Maybe thinking not deep enough to peel this one. Kenny, with the best of it, takes that one down with the Ace Queen of Hearts.
Is Matt Davenport still in?
No.
No. Unfortunately
just
not.
Before the dinner break.
What were we on at the break? 95. As it says in the corner of the screen.
Poker dude, is that guy randomising on his phone? He could have been. Katie's still amongst it in the field. We will let you know the bust outs as they come.
So AJ with the raise. Gets it through pre. We're on 95.59. Get the money. Blind to 3,000.
Just before the dinner break, we did lose a couple tower.
Who did we lose before the break?
We didn't mention Alex Peffley, Sven McDermott.
Oh, Sven had chunks.
Yeah, and Philip Tate and Rennie Z.
Rennie
all busted before the dinner break. Coming back after the dinner break,
yes.
We've lost Ali Malou.
Oh no!
Craig Dawson.
Oh, yeah, we spoke to Craig.
Mr. Hankey has gone.
No!
Paul Dawkins. I think that's it.
Paul Dawkins, Gary. Oh man, he got eliminated. Craig Dawson. Got himself the last longer bet though, for the 12.50 seat.
Yeah. So Kenny opening King 9 off in the hijack, raises to 6.5. She cashed the last event, David. She cashed the 1K here. She was very short on the bubble. I guess if you're at the start, the 1K main event we had, I know she bubbled Blackpool Kings into aces, but the 1K event we had here at the start, she got on the right side of the money in that one. I think it's been a decent festival. Katie cashed in the 1K, cashed in the mini, I believe, and on our way to cashing in the biggest ever GUKPT that we've ever had. King Queen of Clubs for Dryton under the gun. Should be going in here, tower. 13 bigs for us. Should be only one move here for Dryton. Haxie Hatch. In they go.
Another click in from Ed with the ladies.
Dryton again, a need to get lucky here. Needs a king.
So Dryton needs to get a bit lucky to stop in the big one. Oh, straight in.
So fading backdoor hearts or the case queen.
Oi, oi.
Well, there's a heart on the turn. So story remains the same. Case queen or heart to fade.
Ooh, the 5 of diamonds. He does fade it. Dryton gets a much needed double up. So Kenny, November 9er, chip leader on our table. Ed takes a little dent. So Dryton gets him back up to 70k. So 95 players left. Was it 95? I think it was, wasn't it?
Yes.
95 in the £1 million prize pool. Million. Wouldn't have been bad saying 800,000. Wouldn't have been bad,
Yeah.
saying 850,000. We got excited then.
Yeah, sorry, 92 now because we lost Ali Malou, Craig Dawson, and Mr. Hankey after the break.
92, 90. You can't have a 92 in bingo. It only goes to 90.
AJ with Ace Jack, AJ with the AJ.
AJ with AJ.
Opens the 3X.
Richard Ashby calls. We see a flop. Green 9-6.
Rich, beautiful flop for us here, Tower. Not only the fact that we flopped top pair, top kicker, but we defended out the big blind, so our range is so wide here, and we've absolutely smashed this flop. And AJ firing for just south of half, 10k into 22.5. And Rich, love this, just gonna check call, keep all the random hands in that AJ's just gonna continue with on the flop, do a hearts on the turn. Check, check, and the 9 of spades on the river. Now is where, well, Rich has actually checked once more, and the Ace Jack going to see the Ace Queen of Rich.
Richard Ashby scooping a nice little pot.
Maybe trying to get a bluff out of AJ there. Checking the river.
Give you updates, eliminations as we get it closer to the money. We're still a way off yet. Still need to lose about 70% of the field to get in the money. Shows you how big this day 2 has been. But we are now 8-handed. 8-handed tables all the way through to the final table of 9.
Richard Ashby. Richard's second name is Ashby.
It is. Chufty. Chufty online. Used to play back in the day 200, 400 PLO. $59 get the money, £1,092,000 in the prize pool. £265,000 first prize. That is a lot of money. 59 get the money. Running across the bottom of the screen. $4,400 as a min cash. Ain't bad. Brighton raises 6.5, gets called from Mario. 8, 9, 10 Jack and Hearts out.
Queen or 7 for the straight flushing.
King 5, 4. All black. Chopping up 95 ways to 10k. There'll be a couple of short sacks, I'd take that. We've only ever had one big chop in the GUKPT. About 4 years ago, I think it was. Didn't we have something like an?
I remember 2017, January of 2017.
Mark
yeah.
Banning was on the feature, wasn't he?
Martin Hoggerty was there.
Yeah.
Mark Foggin was there as well. Yeah, I remember that 8-way chop.
We had an 8-way chop.
Average chip stack's about 140k. Jules.
Is it? Nearly 50 bigs then. Just short of 50 bigs average stack.
JP gets his last sub 5 bigs in with the ace 8, and AJ pulls with the ace 3, only another 7k after he'd already opened. And do have extra outs to fade now, fading 4s and 3s. Clubs as well now, fading 4, 3 or club to stay alive. And it's the Queen of Diamonds, so JP Kelly going to get a well-needed double up, back up above 10 bigs. Never easy.
Glad to see JP get some chips. He's a great player, just came back into the swing of things after a couple of years of not playing poker at all. Log says Donny let him down for £700 on his £5 accumulator. 6 teams. I think Doncaster were in FA Cup, weren't they? The mighty Rotherham United through to the 3rd round of the FA Cup for the first time in 9 years. Oh, I was sat by the wireless listening to the draw on Monday. Or whenever it is. I don't even know when the draw is these days. No idea. Can't wait till they pull out. Box number 12, Tottenham Hotspur. Number 48, Rotherham United.
Kenny 9-6 of diamonds in the cut-off, raises to 6.5, and AJ got a lovely one to defend here off of his 26 big blind stack. Both players flopping top pair here. AJ with Kenny outkicked. So this is a board that should be better perceived for AJ. He's going to have the two pairs, the nutted straight offsuit, all 16 of 8-6 combinations, whereas Kenny you just expect to have the suited combinations of those. But Kenny firing for 7k after flopping top pair, and AJ not going anywhere with the 10-9. Backdoor hearts in there as well. Well, interesting, because this is action turn, because it gives AJ flush draw to go with his top pair, and now Kenny two-way straight draw with his top pair, but the 10 still playing. 10-9 of hearts in front. Could go either way here. Kenny looking like he's opting for bet. And fires for 13,000. Now AJ with the 10-9 of hearts. Actually has the best hand here. And just moves it all in.
They're in.
And this is why can be a good check back here as well. The 9-6 of diamonds, once we get to this turn as Kenny, this can be a very good hand to incorporate into a check back range. The big blind's going to have plenty of two pairs. Obviously the nutted straight, and Kenny makes the call with the 9-6, and he's going to get the bad news. Not the hand he wanted to see. Drawing very thin here, less than a 1 and 5 shot.
3, a 6 or an 8.
Got to be offsuit as well. And
it's
the
not.
king of clubs, so full double for AJ against the 9-6 of diamonds of Kenny, and AJ now up to 170k, and Kenny down to 145. Well, maybe like wages stay like it, even if someone is so competent with GTO in this tournament, even though it's a 2k, like going to still be veering away from that. Against population of the field, we're still going to veer well away from that, because there's only going to be probably, I'd say, like a 5% bracket of players that will be as clued up on game theory as Kenny is in this particular field. It's still like a great field for a 2k, and that might be why he was playing hand there on that board and not range. Like, just because someone's a GTO wizard doesn't mean that they're going to opt for that strategy. It's all about knowing the table you're at, the field you're up against, and although this is a 2k buy-in, some of the stuff we've seen throughout the weekend we're still going to be exploiting in a lot of different spots. Kenny opens again, this time legitimate hold-in, pocket tens. And just going to be raise and take this time round.
$95 out of 607. Was it 92?
92 it
92.
should be 92.
92. 92. Lovely. Great table for the first session after the dinner break. JP Kelly 2 times bracelet. Kenny Allett, FT of the November 9.
Triton Ace Queen under the gun. So we've got some chips now that we can come in for an open.
We've got bracelet winner Richard Ashby sat in seat number 2. Absolute phenom on the table as well. I know he was good with 4 cards, but Richard Ashby won the 7-card stud. He also comes second in the same year in the horse. Guy can play.
Triton continuing for 5k, and Kenny going to make the call with the pocket freeze. Five on the turn. So adding a 5 as an extra out here for us as Triton. Check, check. And 8 of spades
on the river. So we need a check mark to Kenny.
Yeah, just going to go check, check here a lot of the time, tower.
Do they do satellites for these tournaments? She didn't go in check. We're back to the action. Kenny opts in for a bet.
13k here. I guess we can plausibly rep Miss Hearts. I guess Kenny thinks he can get some value out of some ace highs. Maybe trying to get the hero from this particular hand Triton has, but with the freeze here, the thing is Triton's still going to have like 6s through 10s in this spot, which probably would call versus this size. Are we ever getting called by worse? Well, we're about to find out whether this is a good bet or not. If Triton makes the call of ace high, like it obviously is, but if he makes the fold, then we're never getting called by worse, and it looks like he is going to pay it off. So fair play to Kenny, thinking that ace high is going to be calling him in that spot, and Kenny takes the pot with the pocket freeze.
Well played, Triton. John Brown on Facebook says, do they do satellites for these tournaments? Yeah, they do them online. It's feeders, £1, £5, £30, £110 into feeders. They do cash out satellites live in the clubs. They do normal satellites live in the club. Plenty of ways to get in to any GUKPT. And Matt Mazzara says, has the Kelster been eliminated? Not to our knowing. Not to our knowing, my friend. Still in the outer tables. All eliminations, we will tell you. We're down to 92. 59 get the money. So a long way off the money. But we will tell you any eliminations around the room.
Yeah, so we've lost 3 more since we lost Paul Dawkins, Gary Spinks, Paul McCauley and Rob Cohen.
Rob Cohen?
Yeah,
he did say he was fetching his bracelet in today.
Things slowing up
I wanted
a bit.
to see it.
89 remaining.
I said I wanted to see it. He said I'll bring it in.
89 players.
Where is it?
Really annoying. Same video, it's about 10 minutes long. I think 5 years ago.
Brandon Shields still in, yes. Phil Pratt.
The jumper is still in. How did Jack Hardcastle have at the break? Did he have chunks?